Niggas and bitches, bitches and niggas. You know where you at. Eloquently petty, articulate asshole. Negro swag. My name is Marcus. Going on, shout y'all out. I'm gonna make sure y'all can hear me. Press the one in the chat if you can hear me. Thank you for the $2. Going on. Shout some people out. Alright, my man Adric is in the building. Brandon Hayes is in the building. Otron is in the building. One is in the building. Mike Bird, Troublemaker, is in the building. Rev is in the building. PG, what's going on, bro? Ken is in the building. I read the message. I got you. Go on the program. He said, what Doc say now? Doc being Doc, man. You know, I love Doc. All right, Vinny King is we in the building. That Leon Titty Milk King. Yeah, yo, Henny. You're a wild boy, bro. You know, it'd be crazy if Mike was lying on you, but he ain't. What's good? What's good, people? He said the levels are off. Oh, y'all can't hear me? Let me see if I can get this shit higher. Let me know if y'all can't hear me, man. If I'm low, if I'm high, whatever, I'll turn the mic up. It's all good. Said the background is a bit too high. Okay, well, the background's gone now. Let me bring this mic a little bit closer. What's going on, yo? Up in the Negro swag, eloquently petty, articulate asshole. I'm here, okay? Before we get into the main event, I'm gonna do one of the doc shits. Before we get into the main event, gonna get, let people get the chance to pile up in this motherfucker. All right. First, I want to deal with some current events. Okay. I think y'all are up on the Sha'Carri situation, Sha'Carri Richardson. That's what we're gonna be talking about first. So let's get into that. Man. So let me share a screen with y'all. We're going to go straight to the videotape. Straight to the motherfucking videotape. Okay? All right. So let's jump in here. Let me see. Is this the video that I need? Hold on. Nope. Wrong one. I'm thinking this is the wrong, let me see. Should go right to that. Yeah, that's the one. That's the tab. That's the tab. Okay, here we go. All right, so shout out to the Badge Chronicles. This is their video. So shout out to them. Yeah, we're gonna run through this. We're gonna run through this play by play. This is the full body cam footage. Of course, y'all know Sha'Carri beat up her dude, right? So you know what? What I might do is I might play that first, right? I'm gonna play her beating up her dude. right? Because she beat his ass. She beat his ass at the airport on camera. Okay. This is show, you know, how retarded some of these women are, you know, people in general, but you know, we're talking about the women today. Right. So let's see here. So let me pull up that footage. Let's pull up that footage. Hold on. Let me bring this down before we get into all this body cam shit. Stop that and share this. Let's get into this. Let's pull these receipts. Let's pull these motherfucking receipts. Pull these motherfucking receipts. I think it's short, so I think that's as big as I can get it. All right. All right. So let's let me full screen that. I'm gonna full screen that so y'all can see that shit. See, I can see this shit. Okay. So yeah, let's do this. So we're gonna start with her physically abusing her boyfriend. Abusing her boyfriend. Let's go. All right. See it? See the abuse? There she go. There she go. Hold on. Wait. Let me zoom it in a little bit. See if I can get it a little bigger. Yep, there we go. Let's get it a little bigger. The beats on this nigga. Hit him again. Yep. Threw him up. Get up against the wall, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see it? Hit the nigga again. There she go. We're gonna play it again. Looping. All right. Woo, the abuse. The abuse. Beat his ass, beat his ass, beat his ass. Like Dr. Thunder would say, you know, these dusty ninjas. These dusty ninjas. You know what I'm saying? They deserve to get their ass beat. They deserve it. Always doing some shit. That's what women are watching. How you know what he did before the video? Don't give a fuck what he did before the video. You know what I'm saying? They deserve to get their ass beat. Niggas always doing some shit. My man is from what I understand, a world-class sprinter on his own right. On his own right, got his own thing going on. All right. Just like you got your girl over there, what's her name? Simone Biles. She's with her man. See, this is the type of shit they like. This the toxic shit. They ain't like the Simone Biles relationship. Oh, nah. He said he was the prize, and that's the problem. It's a problem. Girl, you need to leave him, girl. Right? Well, how you know he ain't been whipping her ass? Well, we don't know. We watching the video. I mean, shit. We don't know what Cassie did to Puff, but what we saw on video is what Puff did to Cassie, right? Let's play that game. Let's play that game. What we saw on video was what Puff was doing. Well, how we know? Imagine nigga can't say how we know that, you know, this, that, and the third. Like, oh, can't do none of that. You know what I'm saying? The videotapes right here. She's whipping his ass in public. In public at an airport. A man would not be this comfortable. And they're at the security checkpoint. I've said this before, I'll say it again. The police are comfortable whipping your ass on camera. They're comfortable whipping your ass on camera. Right? Because they know that they'll get away with it. Case in point, what was just sent to me, I wish it was part of my my shit here. So I'm gonna just bring it on camera. Let me dim this down so you see it. So look at this. Look at this here. Okay. Prosecutors, remember the video of the kid in the car got pulled out the car and beat up on video. For all my black conservatives, my black Republicans, right? This man was dragged out the car, punched in his face, wasn't resisting. The prosecutors cleared the police. Just in case y'all ain't up on that. They cleared the police. Police will whip your ass on camera. And they're cool with whooping your ass on camera. So all that qualified immunity shit, it really don't mean. You see what I'm saying? Prosecutors clear Florida deputy who punched and dragged man from his car during the traffic spot. Cleared him. Now, this is the Black Manosphere, right? Shit like this is supposed to upset you. Just like the shit with, little Carmelo Anthony's supposed to upset you. Sometimes y'all niggas confuse me. But let's move on. This woman was comfortable enough to beat a man up in public and think that the cops was going to be on her side. We're going to review the body cam footage next. And I'm going to make a few points on this. Right? So we're going to share screen again. Let's go here. No, wrong video. Wrong video. This is different news. This ain't my news. This is something else. This is Cameron paid $3,000 to humiliate Omar Gooding in fake movie revenge. Cam is a petty ass nigga. We're gonna drop that down because that's not relevant to today's discussion. Okay, it's not relevant, although entertaining. Right? So we're gonna bring up the Sha'Carri body cam footage, the cops' body cam footage, the full body cam footage. Okay, here we go. Now we talking. All right. Shout out to Ultron. Said not just on one camera in front of Yahweh, the public, and everybody. Oh, by the way, Yahweh will be mentioned later on in the main discussion. Shout out to Yahweh. You know what I'm saying? You can do it my way, Yahweh, or the highway. A little blasphemous humor for you. But anyway. Yeah, my way, Yahweh, or the highway. Let's get into this footage. I appreciate that $5. Thank you, sir. Let's go. Let me turn this up. Volume is down. So let's peep this out. So I think this is my man right here, right? I think that's him standing there. That's the track star. The man in the situation, as she refers to him as the man in the situation. Let's go. Let's keep it moving. Let me back it up a little bit. Nah, I think this is a good place.
Now we have the exclusive body cam footage of the moment police took her into custody.
Let me know that there's a good volume on this.
Unfiltered.
I had it in my bag. You need to see it.
So the cops stopped him after the
You're so welcome. I have to get my special bag. Is there anything else that you could let me know? Because now that you have these officers involved, is there anything I need to?
Yeah, why don't you come talk to me over here? Come talk to me over here.
I would never talk to you again. Hello, hi. So we're in a relationship. I will no longer mess with him or what he had going on. He has some stuff in his bag. I just need to get out of my bag.
Okay.
My iPad, some clothes. I can stick it out, put it in my suitcase, brought his bag back. That's pretty much it. But we have a relationship. This, kind of.
See the eagle talons? Yeah, peep the eagle talons, right? All right, let's keep it moving.
Thing going on right now. But yeah, exactly. If I brought his bag back, I took all of my belongings out, I would leave him alone. You don't have to worry about me. I have a flight coming up for myself. Like I said, I'm on the phone right now. I have all of my belongings, but you don't have to worry about me while I'm in the airport with him at all. I just have to get my belongings out.
Now, how she started out, she already knows she fucked up. She already knows she fucked up. Look, you know, I won't be no more of a problem. I'm gonna leave his ass alone. Okay, officer, you know, Chad, Chet, Brad, you know. I'll go this way, he go that way. I'll go that way, he go that way. Okay? Let's keep going. Let's keep going. It gets better.
Yeah, do you need my ID for what? If I'm
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
If you don't mind me asking.
Investigating a possible assault.
Assault?
That's
Oh,
what we're
Christian,
not
I
by him.
assaulted you.
Hey, listen.
Chris, I assaulted you? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just making
It's
sure.
not him.
So she's ready to blame him like he was with her the whole time. And she's ready to say that, like, oh, you told these police that I assaulted you. Like, bitch, you just finished beating them up. You just finished beating them up. You're in the airport. Right? So let's bring it back a little bit because I don't want you to miss anything.
Hey, listen.
Chris, I assaulted you? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just making
It's
sure.
not him that reported it.
Oh,
One of the TSA folks reported
Oh, one of the TSA people, because I can definitely have evidence of him assaulting me. If
I can definitely have evidence of him assaulting me. I beat his ass today, but he may have beat my ass last week. And I could provide evidence of that ass whooping to you guys if you want to arrest me for today's assault, today's, you know, ass whooping. Let me definitely provide proof that this man beats my ass when we're not at the airport. If I go down, he goes down. You want to, if I go down, I go to jail. He goes to jail. Fuck his career. Now, you know, I as a black woman, I can whip ass in public in front of cameras. Fuck the fact that if I say he's beating me up, if he's, you know, domestically violent towards me, because we're in a relationship, this is TV, right? If I say he has been beating me behind the scenes, that he might lose endorsements, he might lose his, you know, his situation. His situation might fall apart because we know that these things are socially and legally dealt with differently. And I don't care how none of that plays out, as long as if I go down, he go down. I go down, he go down. I don't go down by myself. I go down, he go down. Shout out to the Rev. She just needs to go back to dating chicks. Don't believe them lying cameras. I go down, he go down. Now, she start off with, oh, you saying I assaulted him? Well, he assaults me too. I just assaulted him today. All right. This is the type of chick you leave alone. Mind you, you know, he's an athlete, she's an athlete. You know, black athletes, we don't like black women. We fuck with the snow bunnies. You know how Umar, you know, loses school. Fam, the money gone. Umar, fam, the money gone to tell you. Black athletes don't fuck with black women. Fam, the money gone. Fam, the money gone. All right? Sleeping with the enemy. He defended her after she threw him under the bus. She looks like Mr. Terrific from the Superman movie. God damn. You ain't had to do it like that, Rev. They'd pull his ass off of the Olympic 400 in a heartbeat. Yeah. He'd be done. He'd be done. But nah, fuck what he got going on. If I go down, he go down. You go down. This is black love. This is black love. Oh, by the way, you know, I didn't go through my names here. I shouted out Trust. I shouted out. Yeah, I shouted out everybody, but I want to shout out Dr. Thunder because I think he's in the building. I shot him the link. He's there. I'm looking for his comment here. Shout out to you, Dr. Thunder. Shaganulu, I see you. Cortez, I see you. All right. This is black love. All this is going to segue into the main topic. All of it. Okay. Yeah, this black love. So let's continue. Let's see more of this black love. I'm Billy Bob. I want to know what did black love be like. Let's go into this black love.
Possible.
There's cameras everywhere.
Okay, but like I said, yes,
Yeah, we got cameras everywhere.
I do. My name is Sha'Carri Richardson. I do have my ID. Yeah, but I will definitely leave him alone. There's nothing that I want to do with him
I will definitely leave him alone
anymore. Like I said, it was a relationship thing. I need to get my stuff out of his
Are you
bag.
guys on the same flight? Or?
We are later on in the day because our flight ended up getting delayed. We supposed to be leaving around this time of day, but the flight got canceled, so the flight doesn't leave until 10 p.m. ish.
Okay.
So yeah, if you don't mind, can I step over here? I can share my ID.
That's fine.
Awesome, thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Right.
You see how the energy changes? The Proud Boys then rolled up, and the energy changes. You ain't shit but a nigga. I'm Sha'Carri Richardson. Let me get my ID. Okay. Right? See how the energy changes? Energy different. And they talk about that. They like to, I don't know what stat this is based on, some fake shit, but they'll say that black women and white men's marriages last longer. I wonder why. If it's true, I wonder why. Anybody have any clue how this could be? Oh man, yeah. Tessa, this black love, y'all. Black love, Hunterfield. Black love, velvet painting, with the black light, black love. You know what I'm saying? Good times. Good times. Let's keep going.
So this is the position that Christian Coleman put me into, okay? Because he's a coward, and I don't want anything to do with him at this point going forward. My name is Sha'Carri Richardson. Have no problem with letting you know who I am.
My name is Sha'Carri Richardson. Maybe you've seen me in such films as, maybe you've heard of me. I'm an Olympic runner. Maybe you heard my name before. I'm somebody. Brother Darkness is spreading. She speaks like someone who is mentally handicapped and trying not to be seen as someone who's mentally challenged. Female radio, word to Cuban. Hey, Brother Darkness, never go full retard. You went full retard. She went full retard. But this is Black Karen shit. I just want to throw that in there. Black Karen. I got proof of him beating my ass too. Black Karen shit. I'm wrong, but I'm going to get the boys on my side by throwing you under the bus because the law usually favors me. We'll see why she says it. She says it in a second. Let's listen further.
Haven't put my hands on him. We had an argument. I will be honest about that. An argument, and that's pretty much it. The argument, pretty much, he's a liar. He lied about a couple things that's personally, just in a relationship. I pretty much, officers can understand what a relationship is about, but he lied. He's a liar. And that was something that I kind of just grasped, and emotionally, I'm just like, bet you do your thing, but you're asking me for things that is within my possession, and for my right, I don't have to give it to you because it's in my possession. But when it came to the point that I saw that he chose to make it more about the police and things of that nature, that showed that he made a choice. So I just want to be more professional and just come professionally and let you guys know, like, hey, relationship thing, have no problem.
Yeah,
I'm a cop. I don't want to hear none of this shit. It's irrelevant. Like, why am I? What the fuck? What are you telling me all this extra shit for? I don't hear none of this shit. You know, it's mine. It's my possession and my stuff, and I don't have to give it to you. And la la la, blah 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 blah. Malibu Barbie and you know shit like this. Clueless and hee hee and you know Mean Girls Club and you see this is the Valley Girl code switching with black women when they around white men. I'm a victim of what happened. He lied to me and I didn't touch him, but you know, I know you have it on camera, but you know, fuck all that, you know. Shout out to what was this? All right, I read that one already. Yeah, you could tell most are lying, they lips moving. Damn, Nick. That's just misogynist, Nick. You can't say that shit. Cortez says, Marcus, the irony is that in sports, it's the black women who stay dating out, just like during the 60s. Yeah. Yeah. They said I had to, Mark. I couldn't resist. Yeah. Yeah. I got you, Rav. You know. Is a let's see if she'll still stay with he'll if she still stay, he'll still stay when the dust settles. If he does, if he does, okay. He deserves everything he gets. Yeah, absolutely, Nick. I agree with you. I agree with you. You deserve anything you stay for, gentlemen. You deserve everything you stick around for, gentlemen. Everything, every last thing you stick around for, you deserve that shit. I will hoop and holler on this motherfucking channel about everything that happens to you after you get your wake-up call. There's no way he doesn't see this video. Even if on the scene, he doesn't know what she's saying to this cop, right? You know, it's like being at the precinct and you walk by your man interrogation room and see him eating a burger and fries. Like, nigga, what? You know what the burger and fries mean. You know what it mean. That nigga tell it. That nigga's telling. They get what they feeding this nigga. They feeding this nigga. Hold on, let me move this to another screen so I can see my other shit. Yeah, they feeding this nigga. Hold on, let me move this over here. Oh, that's right. I ain't got the three. Oh shit, I ain't got the three screens up. And so, you know, when a nigga sitting in the other interrogation room, they separate you and they separate your man after y'all did whatever y'all did, whatever dirt y'all did, and you know, he's gonna see this or he has seen it. If he sticks around, everything that happens to him after this, that motherfucker deserves. Shout out to you, Brandon. Does she get pub because she's black and a lesbian bisexual? Yeah, I was surprised to see her with a dude. That shit kind of, you know, it bugged me out. I was surprised. I was like, yo, I thought she was with women. Like she got the whole vibe of it. She got the whole lesbian vibe. You know what I'm saying? But you know, it's a good look, right? For her. It's obvious she's a ratchet. She's been ratchet. I never heard of this chick till she got busted for weed. But anyway, she's a ratchet with no self-control. Good thing for the body cam footage, because we all know what outrage would be if there was none. Now, or better yet, she's saying, look, imagine they wasn't at the airport. Imagine they were somewhere else and there was no footage. She'd be saying, he hit me. He attacked me. This motherfucker would be canceled. And she would have to die with the lie. Like Meg Thee Stallion. Meg Thee Stallion is trying to die with the lie. These are the women we supposed to be believing, folks. Mind you, the sad thing is that some women are to be believed. But now we got to throw more salt on the salt that we already threw salt on. Thank you for the $10. You got to throw more salt on what these chicks say. I feel bad for the woman that real shit happened to. You know what I'm saying? Said Lord Brooklyn. Lord of Brooklyn, BK for life, has Malika Andrews of ESPN champion of domestic violence victims spoke out about this. No. This shit, Sha'Carri was immediately found out to be full of shit. They're going to back up off this. If it was like a day or two between her saying what she said and then her getting exposed for it, a lot of these chicks will have egg on their face. But they staying clear. They staring clear of this. You got a few idiots talking about we don't know what happened before the footage. We don't give a fuck. They in the airport like what? Like she got like Ike Turner in the car on the way to the airport. There has to be a narrative created that makes him the bad guy, that justifies her whooping his ass on camera. But then she says this. I got proof of him doing this to me. Let's go.
Walking up to you guys.
It's not illegal to argue.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Was there any type of physical assault?
No, I didn't touch him. He didn't touch me. I will be honest.
Hit him with anything?
No, I haven't hit him with anything.
Like
not at all. He had headphones that were mine, and I just grabbed the headphones, but not physically. If you would like to ask me, you can ask him, but I don't want anything.
I just want to get your side.
Okay, so absolutely. You can ask him whatever you need to ask him. But yeah, you're a coward.
She gave them permission to question him. By the way, all this over headphones. Some headphone shit. Allegedly. Headphones. Lou said he too. Hey, Lou. Urban X Awards this weekend. Find a new chick to sit on my lap this year at the award show. Award show this year, for the niggas that, tried to come for me last year. I'm going to get a bitch with a fatter ass to sit on my lap at the award show. And I'm going to give you her OnlyFans if she has one. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we going to do that. Aaron P, what's good? What's good? Is that Aaron P? Yep, that's Aaron P. What's good, bro? What's going on, man? Yes, award show. Urban X Awards. Los Angeles. Okay? Los Angeles. More porn bitches for niggas to get heartburn. All right? Just warning y'all. It's going to be some asses. I'm going to post them here for anybody. Marcus, you're around the whores. Word? These are whores? I didn't know. I didn't know they were whores. What is this? It's the porn awards. Wow, I didn't know. Let's keep going.
Sha'Carri. Thank you so much, Sha'Carri.
What's your phone number for you?
And like I said, I don't have a problem cooperating because, like I said, it was some relationship stuff. So that's why I came up.
Do you have your boarding pass by chance? Just so I can just take a photo of that.
Absolutely, yes. And you can contact me whenever you need to.
Whenever you like, sir. So cheerful.
No, you're
good. Not my boarding pass.
Hey, Doc. Hey, Doc, Thunder, Doc. If black women if black women dealt with black men the way they deal with white men, it'd be pre-60s again, right? Shout out to the one. Shout out to the one. That's my man in Inglewood. Yeah, we gonna be at the porn awards. Me and this guy right here. Anyway, yeah. If they acted with us like this, it'd be lovely. Then y'all can have y'all community that y'all want so bad. Shout out to Adrian Hicks again. She somehow grabbed the did. I see the two D's, bro. Grabbed the did his headphones, but not physically. I grabbed the did his headphones, but she used her Jean Grey shit, her Jean Grey powers. I think Jean Grey is a telepath, not a telekinetic. Or maybe she's both. I don't know. I forget, man. Marvel niggas, don't kill me. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
Right here.
Perfect.
This is my boarding pass.
So this is the one that got the right.
So this is, I want to say my original one, and this one.
Okay, we gonna skip past all this. We're gonna skip past all this zaddy worship that she's doing right here. All right. Let's get past the zaddy worship. It's making me nauseous. All right.
Like the 10 p.m. if you don't mind. I don't think I just physically have it, but you can take a picture. I don't mind at all.
So last year.
Oh, you don't have to put it. I'm so sorry.
Let's go back.
Okay.
So they're about to arrest her ass, right? They're about to arrest her ass. So what she's about to say is very important. All right, so let's listen.
I'm so sorry, you're grabbing me right now.
Yeah, because you're under arrest.
I'm under arrest right now? Christian, are you serious right now?
You're under arrest for assault for DV.
I didn't assault him though.
We have you on video.
I literally was we were having an argument. I'm not resisting, so you don't have to harder. Christian, are you serious right now?
So man, in Washington State, he doesn't get a say in this.
But I understand we were arguing. But I understand entirely.
Within 4 hours,
we were arguing.
So Dr. Thunder this morning said something very important. Now how she's reacting is listen to this. She's like, we were arguing. You know, we were arguing to her in her mind. And I got to give this one to Dr. I mean, you know, I've had my own experiences with this where it's like, yo, they really think this is regular. Like, she thinks putting hands on her man it's just an argument. We were just arguing. You know, I just pushed them and shoved them and all of this shit. It was an argument. If he hits me, it's assault. That's an assault. But me hitting him, it's normal. It's an argument. It's what Kev said. One-way aggression, right? The man they love to hate. Kevin Samuels. One-way aggression. To her, it's just an argument. Right? Brother Darkness. These lame professional athletes got to stop trying to redeem and save these ratchet celebrity 304s. And I don't know what the fuck Klay Thompson is doing. Now, I'm going to tell you, these are the guys they say don't even want black women. Now, if you look at her here, let me make this full screen. If you look at her here, right? And thank you, Brother Darkness, for the $5. Her jaw is better than some niggas. Hold on. Let me bring it back. Like right here, she looks like I don't know, like Cassidy, the Philly rapper. In the face. Is it me? Am I bugging? Cassie, the Philly rapper, in the face. So she's really feminine when it comes to the white man, just like my grandfather told me they get, like when they call the boys on you. I sent you a link on Facebook, videos of women getting arrested. They all behave the same way. They stall and extend the length of the investigation, and they, you know, talking real fast. Yes, cuz da. Or they cry. Or they start crying, acting like victims. Yeah, she looked like Cassidy's battle rap in the face. You don't see that shit? Am I bugging? Or does she look like Soldier? She got the hold on, let me bring it back up. That's the Soldier Boy face. All she need is the Gucci headband. She looked like Soldier Boy with pigtails. Am I bugging? That's the soldier face right there. Anyway. Yeah, man. Let's keep going. Let's keep moving on.
Okay, I'm not gonna resist, but I'm telling you that we was arguing. I didn't assault him. I didn't do anything wrong. But the fact that your guys are doing this to me and he's the man in this situation, I'm gonna comply.
So the fact that you're coming at me and he's the man in the situation, I'm gonna let that sit for a minute. Why are you coming at me? He's the man in the situation. I'm the girl. I'm the victim. I'm the girl. Let's back that up a little bit, just in case you missed it.
Is doing this to me, and he's the man in the situation. I'm just.
Why y'all doing this to me? He's the man in the situation. I want this to stick in your mind for later. Okay? I want this to stay in your mind for later. Let's keep it moving.
I'm gonna comply. Okay. I am. I'm not gonna argue with you at all. But you have me on camera, but at the same time, what he has on camera, I have my phone, show something different. So if I need to show that, I will.
We have your cameras all around here.
There it is again. There it is again. I got proof the nigga whipping my ass. If I go down, he go down.
Okay, but I have my phone that shows something different.
I'm just letting you know
Christian, thank you, Christian.
Don't talk to him right now.
Okay, I won't. Thank you so much.
Don't talk to him. Thank you so much. I think we've seen enough. I don't think there's much more. They're gonna lead her out, and they, blah 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 yada yada yada.
Tonight.
Hey, how do I
yada yada blah 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 blah. That she might say some other shit, but I mean, how much have y'all heard? Have y'all heard enough? Have y'all heard enough? So okay, so she apologized for this. She apologized for this. She put out an apology, right? Let me drop this down. We're done with this. Since this happened, she's apologized, right? And I think 105, Power 105 was talking about it. I'm gonna see if I can play a little bit of the audio without playing this video, because these motherfuckers are relentless with their hits. All right. The reason why I didn't play the little clips that I rolled in the beginning of the show, because I've been getting a lot of hits on those, because people be making shorts and they be throwing copyrighted music in the short. I've been taking a lot of hits on those. So that's why we started with the countdown today. Okay. But let me share this to you. I'm gonna see if I can play audio without video. I think I definitely can. Right. So I'm gonna pull this up, right? So we're gonna back up a little bit. So Sha'Carri Arrest denies assault, right? And calls boyfriend a coward, called him a coward, right? So I'm gonna take that off the screen because I don't want it to play. I don't want to play the video. But I'm gonna play. Let me know if y'all can hear this audio. Y'all should be able to still hear the audio. So let's go. Let's move forward with this.
The incident with her and her boyfriend Christian Coleman in the airport in Seattle. Now, this additional body cam shows a no remorse.
So she says the body cam shows no remorse. Let me know that y'all can hear that. Shout out to Rev. Rev says, like, she has a special camera that's gonna override the hundreds of cameras at that airport. Yeah. It takes a special kind of individual to lie in the face of evidence. Like, you're being recorded and you still say, I didn't touch him. Imagine what's being said where there's no cameras. This is just like police. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for that. He's the man in this situation. Get that nigga. That is Karen shit 101. Let's play this audio.
Whatsoever for Sha'Carri that Sha'Carri had for Christian in the situation. She came out and did that whole apology, but this video definitely backhands that whole apology and accountability thing. Let's take a listen to Sha'Carri Richardson, the additional body cam.
And boarding pass by chance?
Yeah, do you need my ID for what? If you don't mind me asking?
A possible assault.
Assault?
Oh,
Christian,
Let me just break this up with commentary. Blah, 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 blah for YouTube purposes. Blah, blah, blah. What? Fair use. Fair use, motherfucker. Fair use, right? So let me put fair use on the screen so they understand it's fucking fair use. Okay, let's go.
Hey. Listen.
Chris, I assaulted you? Okay. I'm so sorry. I'm just making
It's
sure.
not him that reported it.
Oh,
One
okay.
of the TSA folks reported
Oh, one of the TSA people, because I can definitely have evidence of him assaulting me if possible. No, what am I under arrest for? Christian, are you serious right now? Okay. I didn't assault him though.
video cameras.
Thank you, Christian.
They're telling her, we got you on tape. You're standing in the place where you know there's cameras. We got you on tape. Blah, blah, bliggity, blah, commentary, blah, blah, bliggity, blah, fair use.
Talk to him right now.
Okay, I won't. Am I going to go actually to jail right now?
You're actually going to go to jail.
Christian, I'm about to go to jail because of you right now. So are y'all going to arrest him? I'm going to press charges on him then.
Man.
Y'all didn't see me put hands on me, but y'all saw me put hands on him. So, okay. And y'all didn't even listen to the woman's side of the story, but y'all accept the fact that I wasn't on the video.
The woman's side of the story. These women are fully understanding their privilege in these situations. We talk about white privilege. We talk about all types of privilege. We talk about women like they don't have any power in these situations. They always pretend that they're so fucking depressed. She understands, like a Karen, that she has power in victimhood. I've talked about this before. Power in victimhood. She's trying to weaponize victimhood in the moment. It's not working for her because there's cameras. But she's trying to weaponize victimhood, and it's failing. Unfortunately, there's cameras.
I'm in a domestic violent relationship and y'all catching me.
Solar sucks. That's what most people think when they hear about solar in Las Vegas.
Let's continue.
And
I can show you proof of me being in a domestic violent relationship.
I don't know how you continue in a relationship after that. I got vibe that if we're together, I don't know how you can.
Yeah. What do you mean?
So this is Charlamagne's commentary.
And what about him?
Yes.
Yeah,
like she was just ready to throw him
if
under
I
the
can
bus.
provide, I mean, if y'all give me a chance, I got videos of him assaulting me, like if
Like,
need be,
damn.
like God, Jesus.
The ill part of that though is when she said, Christian, are you serious right now? She started saying, I'm gonna beat you. You wait till I get she stopped herself. If you listen to her, she stopped herself like I'm gonna beat you on.
The way she looked in the video, I was like, oh, they do this. This is a dance they do all
And
the
he
time.
didn't even call the police.
No, he didn't
No,
He
it
called
was
the police.
It was one of the agents. So this is what is crazy. When you watch the video, they're literally.
Shout out to my man Meta. I see you. Gold P is in the building. I see you, bro. I just wanted to acknowledge a couple people in here. Yeah, man. It's pretty common. Let's go.
At a security checkpoint, like, you know, you're about to go into like past the like TSA or whatever. When all of this is happening in the video, she clearly does touch him. She pushes him. He goes against the wall, and she's trying to get around. He's trying to get around her.
Walk away.
Yeah.
Commentary, blah, blah, blah. Fair use. Break it up. Let's go.
Yes, but they're right at security, so people are seeing it. So the TSA agents or the agents called the police inside of the airport. He didn't call. Actually, there's another part of the body cam when police first approach them where he tries to like cover for the situation. Let's take a listen to Christian.
I mean, it's domestic violence.
No. It's not that.
Well, he doesn't have a domestic relationship.
Yeah,
but state law. It's still called DV.
Yeah, I understand that, but I mean, it's no violence at all. It's no violence.
There's cameras on every inch of this place. I just got done watching camera footage. You want to tell me?
He's lying for. The same way Tory lied for Meg. The same way. We cover for black women. Black women cover for black women. Nobody covers for your black ass. Oh, your ass is gone. I got evidence this nigga whooped my ass. Evidence. I can show you. I got it. I got it, officer. I got it. Trust me. I got it in my phone. Let's go.
What actually happened? She throws headphones at you. Okay. You guys come over here. Clearly, you can tell there's heated talk going on. But she shoves your ass.
Hey, compare him talking to police to her talking to police. I'm nobody therapist, but I would tell you to run, King. Now, she gonna catch you if she chase you. But I'm just telling you, You might need to run.
Well,
compare him talking to police to her.
It's a little different because he's not getting arrested. You know what I mean? If he was getting arrested, he might be talking a little different too.
I don't think he'd be throwing her under the bus like that.
No, I don't think he would throw her under the bus. But you know, obviously they're in a relationship where they put hands on each other before. And
That's not healthy.
That is definitely not healthy, and that definitely needs to be fixed. A lot of people are in relationships or started off in relationships like that. It comes usually from insecurity or whatever the problem is, but they need to get fixed in their relationship. I would hate for them to lose anything because they're in a young couple relationship.
Imagine you get pulled over with your girl. You in an argument with her. Cop come, license, registration. He got weed. He got weed. He got weed. He got crack in the trunk. Bricks. Bricks, motherfucker. Bricks. He got bricks in the trunk. Police. Bricks, bricks, bricks. He got bricks in the trunk. He's a drug dealer. You wearing the shit that the bricks brought. You got the bag that the weed bought. He got weed, he got weed, he got weed. Karens. They'll tell you, don't date out, date them. Because if you date out, this is what the white woman or the non-black woman is going to do to you. Snow bunnies never. Snow bunnies never. Because the white woman is going to tell on you niggas. And for those of you that follow me on Facebook, you saw me post. The other kid, the one that gave his baby mother $1 million up front for child support. She's chasing him for more money. And one of the demands that she's asking for is like, I think $500,000 for life or something like this. For life. Yeah, he got a, there it is. He got a gun. He got a gun. You trying to get this nigga murdered. Fuck locked up. All you got to do, piss them off. Now, while you getting put through the system, they done found the bricks, they done found the weed, they done found the gun. That's if she telling the truth. That's if you don't get your ass shot in the process. She crying because what have I done? What have I done? Because it's normal. I'm mad. I can do whatever I want when I'm mad. I could whoop your ass. I can call you names. I could tell you your mama ain't shit. I can stab you. I can shoot you. I can run you over with a vehicle. I can do any of these things if I'm mad. There's no end to what I can do to a black man as a black woman when you piss me off. Whatever you do to me is abuse. Whatever I do to you is warranted. It's normal. All right, he said, envy reeks of a tender nigga. Oh, shit, he's tender nigga number one. Ain't got shit to do with him being light-skinned neither. Envy a tender, oh, he's tender. Oh, that nigga pressure cooked. That nigga's a pressure cooked ass nigga. You know what I'm saying? This is how it goes down. Let's play a little.
Yeah, I mean, and things happen, but hopefully they can get it fixed before they lose too much more.
Okay, we gonna move on to the next video. This is Sha'Carri does a video where she puts out a statement, and then we're gonna move on to the main event here. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna move on to the main event. The main event. Let me get a full screen on that. And let me share this screen. So let's see what Corey got to say. Let's see what Sha'Carri got to say. Now tell me she don't look like Soulja Boy with a wig on. Is it me, fellas? Press 1 if she don't look like woke up on my bed, get my swag on. She don't look like Kiss Me Through the Phone in this motherfucker. I'm just asking, is it me? Said they'll tell the police you have black when you don't, but tell the dudes from the block you don't when she sends them to hop you. Yeah. Merlin Santana. That's all I got to say. Merlin Santana. Sha'Carri boy, tell him. Crazy. And that shit sitting on top of her head. You see the whole circumference of that forehead, bro. Hold on, let me see if I get the what is this? Okay, this I don't know if I can remove that. Yo, you see the whole horizon. You know what I'm saying? Like you could cut this out and it'll look like her. Yo, you can see her whole baldy under this shit, bro. That shit, my little shit got pulled back. God damn. Well, let's hear what she got to say. Let me play the video and stop talking shit. Let me turn this up. Let's go.
Understanding of not only putting myself in a compromised situation, but somebody that I have a deep care and appreciation for as well is something that holding myself accountable. I see myself. I'm taking this time.
She says he wasn't shit. He whooping her ass. He's a coward. She don't want nothing to do with him and what he got going on. In the moment, it's fuck you. Fuck you and fuck what happens to you. Let's go.
Not only see myself, but get myself a certain level of help that overall is going to reflect who I truly am in my heart and my spirit, and not allowing this moment, but accepting this moment to be more. And so my only thing is I want to be more, not even just for myself, for my family, for my fans, and overly appreciate y'all supporting me and showing up and even holding me accountable to being my best self. So more than anything, I refuse to my family, for my fans, and overly appreciate y'all supporting me and showing up and even holding me accountable to being my best self. So more than anything, I refuse to run away. But not refuse to run, but I refuse to run away, but face everything that comes to me head on, because everything on the other side is greater, but you got to go through in order to get there. So I'm Sha'Carri, y'all. I appreciate y'all, and one love, much love.
Holding her accountable would be do the Chris Brown to her. Chris Brown. Chris Brown. Everything that's happened to black men, the Ray Rice, the everything, everybody. The Diddy. Federal assault charges, right? Told you dumb motherfuckers this in this space. I told you there wasn't no shit there. There wasn't no motherfucking case. That's right. Federal assault charges, federal DV case. In this case, shame on you, Sha'Carri. Shame. Don't do it no more. Don't do it no more, Sha'Carri. Now go run that race. Go run that race, Carri. We forgive you. We understand, women. Your feelings get the best of you and you start swinging on niggas, or you stab niggas, shoot niggas, run niggas over with cars, niggas. Long as you just do it to niggas, be all right. Just do it to niggas. Just do it to niggas. That is your jurisdiction, black woman. Niggas. It stops there. Don't do shit to no white man. You'll hang. Well, hang your ass, bitch. You do it to Brad. You do it to Chet. You do it to Josh. Your ass gonna hang. But you do it to Trevor. You do it to Tyrone. Do it to Trey. Do it to Jermaine. You'll be all right. We're gonna let you rock. That is your jurisdiction. That is your ceiling, bitch. Okay? All right? Let's see what C. Banks is talking about. Said, my ex called her brothers on me, knowing I'm strapped and would protect myself if need be. These chicks be willing to sacrifice their own because they mad. I got stories. Some of them I've told on this channel already, but yeah, I've almost Almost had to pop a couple niggas behind some shit like this. Almost had to do it to niggas. Jonathan Robinson. These hoes look like shit without them wigs and makeup. They look like shit with them. Without the wigs and makeup, these niggas swear these hoes some bad bitches. What the fuck? The king of Little Rock. Mind you, we got some bad chicks. But goddamn, you run your ass off to bag up Soldier Girl. Soldier Girl up in the hoe. Watch me. Oh. This is what you bag? This? You an athlete? This is what you bag up? You know the shit from Star Wars? What's his name? Patrick, whatever his name is. This? Whose man's is this? Picard. This is the Picard right here. That's my Picard. What the fuck is this? Anyway, let's move on. This will be very relevant. Yeah, Star Trek. Yeah, I said Star Wars, right? Star Trek. Yes, I mean Star Trek. All right. Let's move on. So now we get to our main event. So let me come out of Soldier Girl with the eagle talons. Okay. All right. Tonight's presentation. Okay. I'm going to be addressing my man Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder, PhD, instrumentalist, music man, international man of leisure. International man of leisure, Daddy Thunder, Rolling Thunder, all of those things, right? So let's pull up. I'm going to pull up some shit. Now, Ferg, if you're in the building, I'm going to reference you. The other day, shout out to Obsidian, doing a video with Obsidian. We're talking, we're going through the streams and shit. We're going through the reels and shit, right? So my man pops up, Mike Ferg, with a comment, something to the effect of, shout out to everybody except Dr. Thunder. Okay, here's the video right here. Shout out to everybody except Dr. Thunder, So, okay, hold on. Let me back this up. I'm going to be reacting to this reaction, right? So this will be the first time. Mind you, I plan on at some point having Dr. Thunder here so we can talk face to face. Shout out to Dollar Wash. I see you. JB Designs. What's going on, bro? All right. Let me see. Dr. Tender, Mike Ferg. Dr. Tender, this is what Mike affectionately calls Dr. Thunder. Affectionately. And I use the term loosely. Let me share the screen. Let's bring up Dr. Thunder's stream. Thank you, Doctor, for not locking this down so I can properly respond to it. Okay. Doctor closed the store on your ass. By the way, Dr. Thunder is on every day in the morning, daily. Every day in the morning, every day, daily. You finish or you done? That's redundant. But he's on every morning. So check him out. One thing I will say about Doc. Let me issue my disclaimer first. Because he did. Mine will be shorter because his was long as hell. And his disclaimer is part of this video. That's my man. We ain't shooting at each other. This ain't me and the 3-letter guy, the space ghost, coast to coast, or whatever y'all call him in this motherfucker. The Grand High Exalted Mystic Ruler, the Black Manosphere. This ain't that. Started off as that, where I said, hey, man, ain't no beef, but we ended up there. But that ain't me. That's him. Right? So I'm going to respond to him responding to me. How this part of it, because me and Doc been disagreeing about marriage for some time. For all of you guys who watch Dr. Thunder's channel, you've been seeing us in the comments, going back and forth. So, Mikhail Ferguson, Mike Ferg, jumps in. He says, sup to all my niggas except Dr. Thunder, who's setting niggas up to fail with his marriage advice. So that was the comment that kind of started this and set this shit off. And Obsidian asked me to bring the comment back to the screen, as you'll see. So let me, hey, Doc, fair use, motherfucker, fair use. Fair use. Fair use, ninja. I'm just gonna call him a ninja. Fair use, ninja. Fair use. Let's go. Let's go.
To retain a high value man, an above average man, it's absolutely insane to see it. And it's wild to me that throughout all of the content that we do, so many of them still project this image of perfection when we all know that they damn sure ain't. All right, guys, drop me your questions, comments, concerns.
But the same thing could be said about Anton, projecting an image of perfection when you know that he ain't. So that's part of the issue. There's somewhat of an inconsistency there. So, but anyhow, that's my thoughts on that. All right, we are to the main event. Let me hold up. I gotta move this. So where am I gonna put this? I gotta put this somewhere like. Okay, I'll put it right here. I'll put her there. So we are to the main event. And by the way, this is the main event. Dr. Thunder is setting up ninjas to fail. And apparently I've been given all this marriage advice. I don't know how much marriage advice per se I have given, but I have talked about my own situation. And I have provided a list of options. I have suggested that much of the issues in our community is because of lack of stability in the family structure. Yeah, look, I mean, I've said many things, but I certainly have not told everybody that they need to get married. I certainly haven't said that. I've not been opposed to those that are doing polygyny, but polygyny within a religious context. Of course, polygyny would be a religious context.
I don't know how you get that. The thing that I'm gonna point out early, he said polygyny in a religious context, and polygyny is a religious context. And later on in the video, he'll say that religion or Christianity has been monogamy from the beginning. Doc, I didn't miss that. And I'm gonna call you out on that. You contradicted, you forgot that you said this early and then you said something else later. I just want to point this out. All right. And polygyny ain't got shit to do with religion. It's in the Bible. Now, again, for someone who's a believer, a religious man or Christian, everything is religion. Everything is religion to someone who's Christian, but the trees are religion, right? But I got to call this out early. Now, I'm going to say this. What you do, I wouldn't necessarily describe it as, these are not the words I would use, marriage advice. But you do speak on marriage. And you do speak on it in a certain context. And we're going to address some of those tonight. These are things that you can't escape because you said it and it's in your videos. I've heard you say it. Doc, you my man. I don't want to clip you like I clip other guys. I don't want to do that. I don't want to make shorts out of, because what I don't want here is, number one, and I me and him kick it. I said, let's do this, but let's be intellectually honest. All I want is intellectual honesty about these things. I'm not going to insult him. He's not going to insult me, but I want intellectual honesty. And if any intellectual dishonesty comes up in this back and forth, this engagement, I'm going to call it out. Y'all know me. I debate like a motherfucker, right? That's my man. I debate with my friends that I know from the sandbox. My man, the one, the guy who's in Inglewood right now watching this, he will tell you I debate the shit out of shit in real life. So you're my guy, but I'm going to call out inconsistencies wherever I catch them. And if I got to rewind some shit, catch it later, I'm going to call it out. But I'm going to point that out first that you said polygyny is religious. And later on, you say that monogamy was the original thing. All right, so let's continue. Let's move forward. I haven't said my disclaimer yet, but let's listen to him.
I mean, it's hard to find polygynists that don't have a religious sort of underpinning. So Mormons, we know that Mormons were polygynists. Muslims, polygynists.
And Mormons are definitely Christians. Trust me, I'm over here with them. They're Christian. They're definitely Christians. All right, Utah is next door to this motherfucker. Shout out to Sha'Carri. Your ass is in Vegas. You live near some Mormons. We're surrounded by Mormons out this motherfucker.
And there are perhaps some others, but polygyny, I've not been vocally against. I have said that in the context of Christianity, monogamy has been the thing from the beginning.
Let's just keep in mind. He says monogamy has been the thing from the beginning. Now you got Adam and Eve, right? And you got this mysterious side bitch, Lilith, that pops in and out of Christian conversations depending on what's being discussed, what point is being made, right? Lilith, who the fuck is that? Where did she come from? It's been polygyny from the beginning. It would have to be for humanity to get to the numbers that we are now. It would have to be. Okay? So monogamy from the beginning, he got evidence for that. He's speaking in the context of religion. So basically, he's speaking in the context of what Christianity has supported. He's saying from the beginning, Christianity has supported or has promoted monogamy as the preferred or as the standard. That's if you presuppose. Because Doc uses Christianity as his basis for world history. So for the Doc, the world began with Genesis. Now, of course, we got scientific evidence that contradicts that. But for Doc, the world began with let there be light. Right? So if that's your worldview, then to you, the world began with two people in a garden. But even in that context that he's arguing, you have polygyny. Right? This won't be too much of a religious debate. I would have that with Doc separately. Just understand, I grew up Christian like everybody else. And I know enough I've been debating Christians for a long time. And I am undefeated. I am undefeated in these religious debates. Undefeated. I am the Black Christopher Hudgens of religious debate, bro. And Doc, you know who that is. At any rate, let's listen to him some more. Let's listen to him some more.
It's very clear that has been the thing. In it's not only discussed in the good book, as it were, one specific location, New Testament, is where Paul is talking to Timothy, and he's telling Timothy, here are the qualifications to be a bishop. Right? He says you must be a husband of one wife. So there's something that is sort of tipping the cap to a particular thing. And part of the reason for that is because there were a number of folks with different ideas on this. And he was saying, he was codifying, here is the way that we're going to do this. This is what's going to be acceptable in the church for amongst Christians.
So,
all right.
So let me pause that. Doc, I want you to understand that everything you're talking about is New Testament. You saying that the New Testament is the beginning is the same as BGS saying 2.0 is. Yeah, that's a shot fired. But let's move on. The New Testament is not the beginning. Anything referencing the apostles and bishops and the church, and like I said to you, that monogamy is a Western idea. For the most part, it's a Western idea. That's not to suggest that nobody on the East has one wife. Doc will go on to argue that because there are monogamous relationships, that's an argument that monogamy is somehow natural. Because monogamous relationships exist. No, two things can be true at the same time. Monogamy can exist for men who just want one wife, or only can afford one wife, or only can stomach one wife. Right? But then you have polygyny, polygamy, whatever, existing at the same time. Normal as a motherfucker. Inside or outside the context of religion. Right? Either way. There were men with multiple wives who were not religious. Shout out to Dave Tao. I see you, bro. So just understand this, that what you're saying right now, because when you talk about New Testament, you're talking about, you know, the West. We know the origin of what the New Testament is. The New Testament is Western. Okay? You talking about what? Roman Catholic, Roman Catholicism, all of that shit, right? But even without that, again, like you talk about the beginning, that's not the beginning. So anything that you're saying that you're pulling from, again, what I'm used to growing up is Christians quoting the Old Testament when it's convenient. And when it's convenient, oh, we don't go by the Old Covenant. And then they quote the New Testament as if the Old Testament doesn't exist. If you've been around black people long enough, you've experienced this shit. So I have to call that part about it out too. Just you saying that since the beginning, it's been about monogamy. No, it has not. Inside and outside of biblical context. No, it has not. That is incorrect. Let's keep going.
So that kind of thing. So that's interesting. Something else that's interesting is some of Jesus's language about the associations between men and women. The original story in the book in Genesis, Adam and Eve. The story about Adam and Eve. Yes, polygyny was allowed in the Old Testament, but it was not preferred. And one way we know that it was not preferred is the story about Abraham, who he took on a concubine, as it were, because not as necessarily an allowance, something that was being allowed, but actually because he lost faith.
It wasn't just allowed, it was normal. The story of Abraham is not an argument for whether polygamy or polygyny was preferred or not. It's really not. One man's situation and one man's reality with that concept is not proof that, like, we preferred monogamy across the board. That argument falls flat immediately. Okay, let's see. Our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ said he came to fulfill scripture. The Old and New Testament form one belief. They contradict each other a lot. Again, I grew up in church, very aware of what's going on in that book. I'm very aware of the stuff that they skip and leave out and, you know, shit like that. So, yeah, indeed. Cherry picking verses of scriptures, Old Testament, New Testament. That is commonplace in church. I've been to enough church. My grandmother was very religious. Southern woman. Old Southern woman, very religious. Let's keep it moving.
That his wife, Sarah, was going to be able to have children, though it was promised that she would. But she was up in age. And he was like, well, if I'm going to have a kid, I might need to stack the deck. All right. So there's a lot. But this is just a few things off the top of my head.
Again, that as an argument for monogamy as the preferred standard over is no.
Could go into a deep dive about that. You don't have to be monogamous. That's fine. The ancient definition of monogamy is one sexual partner lifetime. That's what monogamy means. If you can just do a Google search and you can.
Doc, that definition that you just said is going to come and bite you in the ass later. Y'all heard Doc says the definition of monogamy is one sexual partner. Sexual monogamy has been my argument from jump. That's been my, because what Doc is arguing for is social monogamy. I've been telling him and I've been telling others, monogamy is a social construct. Sexual monogamy does not exist. Okay. Shout out to Jay Jermaine. He's checking in. What's good, bro? Thank you for the $5. Sexual monogamy does not exist. No. My argument has been that monogamy is a social construct. We created that. We invented it for the purposes of society. It's a control mechanism, and some control is good. I want to emphasize that repeatedly throughout this conversation, that some control is good. The only point that I've been making during this whole, conversation is that monogamy is a social construct, and humans are not naturally monogamous. What I don't understand, why is it so difficult to admit this while also saying that humans' base instinct is not necessarily good to run an organized society? It's two things could be true at the same time. I'm not promoting, because what he's, if you listen to him, it sounds like I'm promoting polygyny or I'm anti-monogamy, right? I'm just saying it's not real. We made it up. That's what I'm saying. Whether the Bible agrees with it or not, just understand the Bible is expressing an opinion on how society and things should be ran. So people who subscribe to religious beliefs are subscribing to a social ideology of how human beings should live. It's cool, but that's what it is. Another part that I've been wanting to address that I haven't addressed in a while is this. I got guys coming to me expressing that the Bible is red pill. The Bible is not red pill. It's not. I don't care how you feel about it. I don't care if it irks you, makes your skin itch. I don't care. It's not red pill. The Bible is instructions, control, all of those things. It is a mechanism that has been used and it is continuing to be used as a control device. Now, whatever your beliefs are, continue to have them. I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But by nature, religion is not red pill. And I think that just the way that women abuse the term incel, men in this space and outside of it have abused the term red pill. Red pill does not hope. Red pill does not dream. Red pill does not, pray. Red pill doesn't do that. Red pill does not wish. Doesn't do that. Red pill deals with as is. Red pill is as is. Red pill is we observe the world around us, accept the truth about that world, and navigate within that space. That is what red pill is. Red pill is not, I wish people would be like this. I wish that women would be like this. I wish that women would change. I wish that men would change. I wish that dogs wouldn't bite or bark. That is not red pill. Red pill is not turn the other cheek. Red pill is not the slave should obey their masters. Red pill is none of that. The meek shall inherit the earth. Red pill is none of this. Red pill is practical. Red pill is logical. Red pill is realistic. Cause, effect. Red pill is not moral. None of these things. It's not morality, you're right, you're wrong. In red pill, there is no right and wrong. There just is. That's it. That is red pill. Some people might say that's black pill, but it's not. Blue religion. It's definitely not religion. Religion falls in the category of blue pill. I won't debate it for 2 seconds with anyone. Today, I explain it. If somebody decides they don't agree with me, that's fine. Look, be cipher. Eat the steak with the Merovingian. That's the Matrix, bro. It's cool. We can still rock. You still my man. Mr. Snaz, what's going on, bro? That's it. That's what red pill is. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go forward.
And you can find that information. The modern definition is more akin to serial monogamy, which is to say one at a time. Right? Also, lifetime monogamy, there was a strong implication, not just implication, but there was a strong, this was in the context of some sort of, this is the only person you're going to be with. This is at least proto-marriage, if not, fully developed ceremonial marriage that, what happened later in history, right? So it used to be that basically when you break the hymen, that's your wife.
So let me pause this, right? So let's go to Brandon. Brandon says all the religion talk is fine, and it is. But let's remember that we are all descendants of slaves. The Bible is not our original culture. A white slave master beat the New Testament into us. Let's be honest. I say this shit all the time. Religion is culture. That's how I know it's the matrix. It's social. To all you Christians, if you were born in Pakistan or in Iran, you wouldn't be Christian. You'd be, Islamic. You would be a Muslim. You can argue this. If you think that you would have been born in Baghdad and been a Christian, just like fuck all these niggas that's worshiping, Allah. I'm a Christian. I'm going to follow Jesus. You're going to be that outlier in that. I mean, look, it's not impossible, but it's not probable. You probably wouldn't speak English either. We are a product of the culture we grew up in, the environment, and our beliefs are shaped by such. That is the reason that Black people in America are Christian. Thank you for the $10 super chat, bro. That's how we got here. Again, another thing that is not debatable. It's not. And somebody might say, well, there was little Christian groups in Africa, whatever. Show me. Pre-slavery. Said religion has always been blue pill. Yeah. You learn this. You didn't grow up with this idea of Jesus. You learned it. Somebody taught it to you. Anything that you learn is social. Anything that you learn, you've been out your mom's womb 5 minutes, you ready to eat something. Nobody has to teach you how to eat. Nobody teaches you how to take a piss. Everything that you came out the pussy doing is biological. Nobody has to teach you this shit. Know what I'm saying? Now, we don't shit in the middle of the street because in civilized society, you don't do that. You go to a bathroom and you find a toilet that flushes and you shit there. You learn that in civilized society, we don't do that. But you find a drunk enough woman or man or, motherfucker that don't care about that, they will shit wherever. Because you have a natural urge to drop shit. We talk about culture a lot. You look at white people, you look at Black people. They're patriarchal, we're not. Culture. Making that argument that those things are nature, those things are natural, is like saying we are naturally following behind women in Black culture because you see it, because it's going on like this. You learn that. You were taught that by the women. You didn't have a man to teach you. Most of us didn't have a man to teach us something else. We were surrounded by mama, grandmama, auntie, and all these motherfuckers that told us. And there's evidence. This is why we're here. Let's continue.
And that's your wife's lifetime. That's what it used to be. Now you could say, well, one guy could break multiple hymens. That's true. And there was somewhat of an allowance for that, but it was not intended to be the ideal.
When you talk about allowance and you're talking about ideals, you're talking about social norms and social, ideologies. Again, this has nothing to do with nature. You know what I'm saying? Lions fuck multiple lionesses. You look into the animal kingdom, you see the same thing. Now, you might have monogamous animals. What is that proof for? It means that those particular species of animals are monogamous. Humans are not. We got guys out here fucking as many women as women will allow. Yeah, you can bust multiple hymens. But Society says, no, you should not. Society, society. That's what that is. Let's keep going.
All right. Now, you could argue that from a natural perspective, you could argue that people have the desire to be with multiple people. I don't disagree with that.
Doc, you're my man. You'd be crazy to disagree with that. You're an educated man. You're an educated man. You'd be crazy to disagree with that. With all these social norms and rules, women still want to fuck other men. Men still want to fuck other women in relationships, marriages, whatever. Whether they should or should not is determined by the culture and the cultural norms, the social norms of that particular environment. Again, social. Monogamy is being imposed upon you socially. Again, is it good or bad? Depends. All I'm doing is defining it. That's all I'm doing. I feel like it's crazy that this is even an argument. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. We have hormones, and your hormones do not become locked because you had a ceremony, locked to one person, right? It's the commitment and it's the religious underpinning and the duty that would cause someone to stay with that one person lifetime. It's not that they no longer have eyes for anyone else. And this is actually one of the problems. This is one of the problems in the modern context. You know, I only have eyes for you. No, that's not true. Everyone has eyes for everyone. Everyone has eyes for everyone.
Let me read a couple super chats. Jay Jermaine says again, this is how the ninja got our language from. I mean, we speak English. This ain't England. We ain't English. But we speak English. How did this happen? We know how it happened. If that was natural, we would speak the language of where we came from, and the environment wouldn't matter. He just said, you know, commitments and, you know, shit like that, and, you know, duty, you know, all of this is taught. All of these things are learned. All of these things are taught. He's Christianized, Marcus. That's fine. I want it to be crystal clear. I have no problem with Doc's belief system. But another thing that he's kind of implying is that I'm saying that he has a problem with men who practice these things. I never said that in any video or in his video or in the video that I did with Obsidian or any of my videos. I said that nowhere. I never accused Doc of having an issue with men who practice polygyny, polygamy, none of these things. I never did that. So that context he's using, that argument that he's making or him defending against that is kind of a straw man. It's a straw man, Doc. There's a few straw men you make in this video response to me or even to Mike Ferg. Right? Let's move along.
It's commitment and actual love that would cause you to not do anything that would jeopardize the relationship, right? So we're sort of occupying multiple spaces with certain arguments. But let's go ahead and hear this. And apparently, I'm leading ninjas down the path of, to their demise and all of this kind of stuff. I would be interested in having a conversation with this gentleman, Mike Ferguson, in particular, what it is that I have said, that I've actually said, that causes him to think that I'm sending ninjas down a path of destruction.
So let me pause that. I'm gonna get to this super chat here. Thank you. Said religion. He said one of many ancestral incarnations. That's a very interesting screen name. Religion inhibits natural humanity, for good and for bad, right? But it's correct. Shackles suppressing humanity's innate biological processes. The things that we talk about here is this. In the Black Manosphere, we often speak of female nature, which in Western culture is less inhibited than male nature. Male nature is viewed as toxic, while female nature is accepted. We seen some of that earlier in this stream. It's accepted, it's allowed, and it's understood. It's understood that women are this way, this way, this way. Their nature is apologized for, excused, given grace to, all of these things. Male nature is demonic, it's evil, it's all of these bad things. Even though it's never those things when the women are exhibiting it. The funny thing is, Black women will say that non-Black women are appropriating the culture when non-Black women do things that Black women do. And there might be some truth to that, but I will say this. Black women are appropriating masculinity. And now they're being called out on that. Let's continue.
So
Thank
anyhow,
you for
but
the
let's check it out.
She said something. Is Dr. Thunder in here? I didn't see Dr. Thunder. Dr. Thunder. Shout out to Dr. Thunder if he's in the building. You know what I'm saying? You know. So
and by the way, there's no beef. There's no beef between me and Keep It 100. No beef. There's no beef. That's my man's. All right. Because I don't agree with him on.
I want to know where we disagree. I can understand that he's religious, so he has to abide by that. I'm going to say this and I'm going to let him go. I'm of the belief Dr. Thunder is an intelligent man who knows deep in his heart that I'm right. But he can't live by what I'm saying because his beliefs won't let him. There's a cognitive dissonance going on here where he agrees with me in a practical sense. That's my position. Let's go.
On whatever I don't agree with him on, and because he doesn't agree with me, and because we produce content highlighting that doesn't mean that that we hate each other or that there's any issue. So I'm just making that clear.
I want to
He's setting up brothers to fail with his marriage advice.
Okay, let's bring that back up.
First of all, I didn't know that Dr. Thunder was in the business of giving out marriage advice. That's
exactly. So that's the first point. That's the first the salient point. I'm not one that is issuing advice on marriage. That's not something that is a central part of my content. I provided a particular structure, a way that I've operated, a way that if brothers want to get married, here are options. I certainly have not said everyone needs to get married. I've constantly said there's two pathways to salvation: marriage and celibacy.
Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Okay. Now, would I label Dr. Thunder someone who is in the business, because is let's be semantic. Semantics are important. In the business of giving out marriage advice? No. Has Dr. Thunder given out marriage advice? Yes. He has. He has. I wouldn't say he's in the business of. I'm not in the business of giving dating advice, but I've given dating advice. I said to all my day ones, no. In the beginning, I've said numerous times, I'm not a dating coach. Y'all go back to my old videos. I've had to say this repeatedly. So I'm not a dating coach. I don't want to be caught up with the Coach Gregs and the ARCs and those types, right? I like to consider myself more of an advocate. Okay. Now, will I advise here and there on how you should go about dealing with women? Yes. Yes. Because I have stupid experience in I'm specialized. I'm fucking specialized in the conversation. Okay. But am I in the business? No. Has Dr. Thunder given out dating advice? I mean, not dating advice, pardon me, marriage advice. He just said it. He said he's given guidance. Guidance is advice. Does that necessarily mean, like that we hang Doc because he give? No. You can give out or say things as you see it, and you're allowed to do that. It's his channel, his platform, whatever. He can do that. But we got to hold you to what you say. We got to hold you to what you say. He speaks about his personal situation. Cool. That's cool. Right? And then, he from a religious perspective. Now, what he said here is very important. The last little bit. He said, if you're seeking salvation, it's either marriage or celibacy. Marriage or celibacy. Me and Dr. Thunder's audiences overlap somewhat. So this is what I'm going to do. First, I'm going to ask, with a show of ones, who watches Dr. Thunder's channel that's in this chat right now? I got 74 people. And mind you, I'm going to, click like on my shit, please. I haven't checked for likes, but I'm going to ask for likes right now. If you haven't clicked like, do it. We get a lot of hate lately. But click like on my shit, please, right now. By a show of ones, if you rock with Dr. Thunder, and I expect to see a lot of ones, if you watch Dr. Thunder, oh, shit. Shout out to Dominique Huff. Just sent me some shit. If you watch Dr. Thunder's channel, and you should. So I got 1-0, but I got a 1, 2, 3, 4. Got a lot of ones here. Shout out to Nameless. I see you, bro. Rashad Barnes watches Dr. Thunder. Free Zone watches Dr. Thunder. Henny King, of course, you right. I'm you there. I'm there. We all there. So we got Jay Jermaine and one of many ancestral incarnations. Got 2 people saying no. Got a whole bunch of motherfuckers in here, man. Yo, I want to see some numbers, man. Give me some interaction. If you've never checked out Dr. Thunder, type a 0. I'm just trying to get a feel. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. For all my white supremacists in attendance, don't be shy. Right? Don't be shy. I want to say this. Dr. Thunder has great content outside of this discussion. I watch his shit almost every day. If I miss it, I miss it. But, So let's move on. By a show of ones, who is willing to subscribe to the idea of marriage or celibacy? I'll wait. Marriage or celibacy? Show ones. Where my women at? Marriage or celibacy? No pussy, no blowjobs, no hand jobs, nothing. Marriage or celibacy? Come on. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't be shy now. Don't get quiet. This is the space. Okay. I did that to illustrate most men in here are not religious. Most men may have grown up in a church, might have read a few scriptures, Jesus wept and, bless us for this food, but they not Christian. These dudes that, you don't want to go to hell. But you ain't devout. Marriage or celibacy? The point that I'm making in this moment is you can't talk to a heavily secular audience in a Christian context. You have to be able to speak to them in the reality that they live in. Now, does Doc do that? Sometimes. Maybe he does most of the time, It's a family channel, you know what I'm saying? It's a family channel. He does issue a warning and then it's Keisha fuckery for about a couple hours. What I'm saying is, if you're going to, speak on marriage and what men should do and how men should move, you have to be able to code switch. Just like the bitch in the airport. You have to be able to talk to men who don't necessarily hold your beliefs. Right? Shout out to my man, the Mad Professor. The Mad Professor. BMI 3000. Reloaded. Shout out to my man, my mellow. Dr. Ron O'Neill is in the building. Okay. I think polyamorous marriage in another country can work if you have the bread and resources to utilize the laws to your benefit. Your thoughts? Hey, look, do what you want. Dr. Thunder, I don't believe that Dr. Thunder is anti-poly. That was never the argument. I don't understand where this comes from. Only thing I'm saying is monogamy is not natural. I didn't allude to Dr. Thunder being against men who wanted to have more than one wife, I don't know where this part of the conversation comes from, but I'm just responding to it. So let's move on. So whether the Bible allows it or not, or whether it was in the beginning and this and that, that's a religious discussion that I've touched on, but that's a rabbit hole. And I don't want to go down there too long because that was not my point. This is a deflection, straw man. And I'm not saying he's deliberately doing this. I would hope not, but it's a deflection. My position is that monogamy is not nature. It is taught. It is socialized. It is a social norm. Everything he says actually proves me right because he's speaking of all these things in the context of either religion or cultural. And we know those things are not nature. Let's go.
That's what I've said over and over and over. So you don't have to get married. I'm not telling you to get married.
I agree. You're not.
That's news to me. That's number one. Number two, well, I'm going to go out on a limb here. My understanding is that Dr. Thunder has been in a successful marriage for quite some time now. I don't
18 years been married. Successful is a loaded word because what people will say success means is perfect, right? Without challenges. And no marriage fits that definition. No marriage fits that definition. Everyone has challenges. No marriage is completely ideal. And the reason that I am married and that I continue to stay married is not because of some sense that I have of perfection or I believe or I'm getting every single thing that I want at any moment. That's not that's not the way that works. It wasn't the case with my parents. My parents are still married. They've been married for 57 years. Their marriage is not perfect. Successful, again, is a loaded word.
So let me pause that. Successful is a loaded word, but so is challenges. You know, every marriage has challenges. You know, with challenge, you got to work through the challenges, the good parts and the bad parts of marriage. It's challenge sometimes, it's not, every day is not sunny and this and that and the other. That's a very like fancy way of putting like the shit we just looked at with Sha'Carri. Oh, that's some challenging shit. The challenges, and it sounds like a nice word. Yeah, we have challenges. We know what challenges look like in Black marriage. I just did a whole video surviving Black marriage. Let's go through some of these challenges, shall we? Getting your ass beat at the airport. Getting stabbed in the middle of the night. The kids ain't yours. Well, yesterday I was talking about paternal inclusion. The lowest paternal inclusion rate is with Black Americans. Inclusion. So that means the exclusion rate is higher than everybody. The chance that them babies ain't yours in Black America is higher than outside of it. These are the challenges. These are nice words that they describe to say, your ass gonna go through some bullshit in these relationships. And the way to stay married is to somehow Will Smith your way around these challenges. Dr. Thunder is a married guy and he's remained married. I said it before. Again, Dr. Thunder, the details of his relationship is his business. I don't expect this man to jump on the intrawebs and lay out all his business. And he's even going to say as much. I don't tell y'all niggas everything because it's not your business. Just know, some of y'all are married and you have dealt with challenges. It's challenging just to have a kid with a bitch. Having a baby mama's a challenge. Seeing your kids is a challenge. Custody. Not going upside this bitch's head is a challenge. It's just challenges. Every marriage has challenges. You know what I'm saying? Throwing the hot grease on your ass and You know? The wild shit. It's all under the umbrella of challenges. It's nothing. This is what we go through as married people. These niggas ain't gonna tell you what the challenges are. So you at the wedding, you like, yeah, you know, whatever challenges come along, we're gonna deal with these challenges. You open the door, she's sucking dick in your bedroom. Ooh, that's challenging. Ooh, there's some challenging shit. Catch your wife fucking. You fail a DNA test with a 60, F minus. Shout out to Jay Jermaine. Dr. Thunder is cool, but I know what it is, and he's trying to keep his Christian image, so others have probably questioned him for being around here. Dr. Thunder says that he gets a lot of smoke outside of the space for some of the stuff he says in the space. So, and that makes sense. I get that because, you know, he says what he says about relationships, black relationships, and dealing with black women, and he says everything that we all say. My issue is that to align, to reconcile, right? He's trying to reconcile that reality with his beliefs, and those two things contradict each other. Not just his Christian beliefs, but his black love, position. Dr. Thunder's definitely cool. Okay, I was discussing with someone. I ain't gonna say their names, but that someone knows who they are, and they might hear me say this. I said, Dr. Thunder, me and Dr. Thunder have no issue. Dr. Thunder is an outstanding human being. Dr. Thunder is like every good man that I come across. They want everything to be cool. Dr. Thunder's Professor X. He would prefer everybody let's all get along. Let's all hold hands, fellowship. We hope that the women realize this is the issue and they stop doing the bullshit, and we can all get together and form Voltron and, be a culture and, get all the bullshit out the culture. And, it's my belief that Dr. Thunder is a community guy. Although he's saying you don't got to be a community guy, but he would prefer it be that way because he's thinking about, again, child outcomes. I did a whole video, Surviving Black Mama, about the diminishing returns of black marriage and child outcomes. I did this already. All my last two videos before this one, it's all there. Well, you know what? The last two videos. My issue with Dr. Thunder's argument with the child outcomes is this. The studies are there. It's oversimplification to just say marriage produces better outcomes. That is oversimplified. And I proved it already. Again, you would have to find studies because you said it was about studies. Studies that prove me wrong. I presented studies. It's not hard to find. Shout out to Super Sly. He says, marriage is not a monolith in my comment section. Sly, I don't present that marriage is a monolith, but stats are stats. We talk about black stats, not overall stats, black stats. Black stats are black stats for marriage, divorce, paternity fraud, all of those things. These are all real. Intimate partner violence, violence in marriages, DV being higher amongst black couples, divorce rate being higher. All of these things are real. Does that mean it's everybody? No, it means it's pervasive. These are things that we've all seen. They're not, it's not a unicorn. It's not, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, none of this shit. This is shit that we're so used to. It's regular. Your woman putting hands on you at the airport is regular. This is black culture. We have to be honest about this. And Red Pill is fucking honest.
You know, I would argue that their marriage is closer to the point where you can say this is successful because they've been married for 57 years, because their kids are also married with children. So I suppose successful with respect to establishing the tone for their family structure. Right? So, yeah.
By the way, success is subjective. If you achieve what you sought out to achieve, you're successful. Dr. Thunder, if you sought out to get married and stay married, then you're successful. Challenges are not. But it is always my position that a lot of married guys are dealing with challenges that they ain't going to tell us in order for them to stay married. It's hell to stay married to black women. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. It's hell. And I'm talking about the average black woman. I ain't talking about all. Hell to stay married to black women.
I don't know the exact number of years, but I do know it's been years. He is currently in a successful long
18 years. I've been married for 18 years.
standing marriage. So if he is indeed doling out marital advice, it would seem to me that the brother is living his own raps. It would seem to me that the brother has the receipts.
Yeah, and I don't claim to have all the answers. I don't have all the answers. Look, I'm just doing the best I can do for my situation, and I am.
You said that's not regular at the airport, or you talking about the specific situation, Lou? Come on, bro. Come on, bro. How often do we see women putting hands on men? Pretty often. Where it occurs is irrelevant. By the just for context, Jermaine, that Sly's married. He's not necessarily here on the stream. He left a comment. He might see the replay. That's why I said what I said to him. You know what I mean? I don't got an issue with Sly. I hope it remains that way. I ain't got nothing bad to say about Sly. I don't have any. I ain't never heard Sly talk shit about me, unless y'all got a clip or something. But I ain't about to slander Sly. He's a married man. He whatever his marital experience is, he has the right to speak on that. That's cool. I don't know if he didn't say anything negative or positive about the doctor, as far as I know, but he commented on the video that I did with Obsidian, with surviving black marriage. He's a married guy. His marriage is probably something that he's happy with, so he spoke on that. That's cool with me. Let's continue.
Sharing and comparing notes with other folks all the time. I'm transparent about aspects of my relationship. Not all aspects, because I ain't telling y'all everything. And I don't know who would.
Yeah, Doc, it's not required for you to give us all your business on the internet.
Right? But the point is, everyone has challenges. Well, my marriage is not without challenge. It wouldn't be a marriage if it wasn't without challenge. Right?
Depends on the
But
challenge.
I do, and I've also said that I know that my situation is unusual. It's not the usual thing that we see out here now. And certainly if I had to get married again, say for instance, if I was single now, if I was single now, and I wanted to get married, I wanted kids, I would be a passport bro like a mug. Now, I'm a Christian, I'm an Orthodox Christian, and I believe that marriage is lifetime, is intended to be lifetime. And I don't believe in shacking up or having kid out of wedlock, and or paying a woman to be the surrogate and then just taking custody of the kid, because that is not the structure that I believe is the best structure. And it doesn't agree with me, my value system, with my religious perspective, right? But
some time ago, so a couple years back, it's on a video where me and Doc were discussing, what does a man do if his woman stops giving him sex? Doc's position was, you can't cheat, you can't leave, you can't force her to have sex, you just stuck. Religion to me is too sacrificial. It's too confining. It's like it's some slavery shit. You're just confined. You can't make her do it. You can't leave her. You can't cheat. Like, it's all these rules after the vows. She vowed. In the legal context, that's grounds for divorce. Religion says you can't divorce. It's for life. So if your wife never wants to fuck you again, then you just ass out. If you follow religion, this crazy. That is not advice for this group of men. It's not. And in that context, I would say you're setting men up for failure. In that specific context, that is setting men up for failure. If I'm not saying that you're telling men to do that, I'm saying if one is promoting that idea, right? Because you're saying for salvation, and that's for those seeking salvation. Everybody here is not seeking salvation. Doc, you probably remember that discussion. Maybe you do. Well, I remember it. It was on your channel. But yeah. So your belief system is not really for the general public or the general audience here. It's yours to have. Like, your point of view, and it's yours to have. Just understand, like, that's religion. It's not red pill. It's definitely not red pill. Right? But if your wife doesn't want to do what we call what's marital duty, this is where you end up. Oh, you just can't do shit about it. You hope the preacher tell your wife, hey, look, man, give him some. I'm just saying. Again, Will Smithing your way through it. Like, at all costs, the marriage is more important. Us staying married is more important than my sex life, my mental health, all of these other things is just important that we just stay married, no matter what. Because if God will be mad at us.
Be a passport bro like a mug. And I've said this over and over and over. So I'm not restricting anything to just black folks. I'm not saying.
And I've never made that accusation.
Saying if you get married, you got to marry a black woman. I never said that. And I wouldn't say that.
You promote black love. You don't require it, but you promote it.
I have prioritized that for myself. That was important to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it was important and has been important to a lot of Gen X men and older. And I've also frequently said, but it's just not the case anymore. There's not a sort of the strong bias towards black love that there used to be. It just doesn't exist. When you look at the way that Gen Z is moving.
These are things I've said. That's not the basis of the argument, but let's go.
There's not that kind of, that's the top of the hierarchy. That's the strongest desire is to be married to a black woman. No, it's just not there. It's not like it was.
That's for Gen Z, but a lot of guys in this space are Gen X, and a lot of y'all do promote this. Y'all promote black love. You don't require it. You don't shame guys for doing other. But you don't shame, but you put negatives on other ways of going about it. Not you necessarily in every way, but I've heard other, and I'm talking about big names. You shame. Dennis has shamed Passport Bros, even though now he's on some other shit. He was a huge pro-black love motherfucker once upon a time. Y'all done forgot. You know what I'm saying? Mutulu, Makumbu, Mutata, BGS, same thing. Hakuna Matata, Itmore. Same shit. Told you that you know your DNA or your race, you're gonna dilute your race and all this type of shit. This is what the white man want. So the white man is positioning his white woman to black men to dilute black people. Never in the history of America has this happened. That's not even how genetics work. This shit is scientifically bullshit. I know some of y'all rock with the old man, but he definitely did say that here on my Let's Talk SBE. He definitely did say that. That's what the white man wants. He wants you to fuck with non-black women so that you dilute your blackness. No, that has never been the position of white people. In the history of history. Let's keep going.
Right? So, given this, and given the fact that I have given, I address lots of the issues that married people face. I talk about sexless marriage frequently. I've talked about
facts.
Like 50% of marriages are this kind of situation.
50%.
I've talked about, child support and paternity fraud,
right?
And alimony,
right?
And divorce rates,
right?
And who's filing divorces,
right?
So it's not like I'm over here saying, spin the wheel, and whichever Keisha you get married to her, and don't worry about it.
You talk about all that stuff, and then you promote marriage as the ideal, and you use child outcomes as the basis. And I've already broken that down. That's not really a defense anymore. You're going to make that argument later, and you're going to use single mother outcomes to defend your marriage argument. I already debunked that. I did that already. You can't use the single mother family structure as your defense because you can't control for that. I done told niggas, when your wife divorces you, she in effect becomes a single mother, especially if she pushes you out of the life of the child. Anyway, we talking about in the black community, high percentage of divorce. So if you don't want to be that statistic, you're going to have to deal with challenges, right? Challenges. And while you're dealing with challenges, I also pointed out that the quality of your marriage affects your child's outcome. So just simply staying married to that woman doesn't produce positive outcomes if you and that woman are going through challenges. Look at Will Smith's children. Those are some challenged ass kids. Research, studies, it's in the video that I did. I'm looking forward to a disagreement day with Dr. Thunder. But let's stop using the save the children argument for marriage. Because marriage ain't necessarily saving the kids in the black community. Let's stop using white man stats for black shit. Let's stop doing that. It's bad or is dishonest and it's disingenuous to do that.
Everything will work out. That is not my message. I've never said that. I would never say that. So I'm not sure how. First of all, I'm not in the business of marriage advice.
No.
That's not really what I'm doing here.
No.
It's social commentary.
Right.
Marriage is a topic that I discuss.
Absolutely.
The breakdown of the natural order, God over man, man over wife, wife over children.
That is a big one that he says that a lot. The natural order. That's the social order. In order for society to work, you know, and he starts off with God over man. Again, social. We invented God. Ain't none of y'all meet God, and none of y'all look at God, and none of y'all shake hands with God. God ain't write them books y'all reading. God ain't made no appearance at any church that I ever heard of. This Sunday at 8 p.m., God in concert. Never happened. Never. Tickets available at Ticketmaster. If God makes an appearance, I'm buying a ticket. I'm buying a ticket. He said, stop that hate God crap. Nobody hates God. What are you talking about? Somebody hate God? Is that what I said? Shout out to you, brother. God bless you. I'm just saying. Natural order. In order for that to be effective, again, that's social order. That is social order. We've had different gods. Everybody got a god. He got a god. This is his God's name, that God's name. Some people worship items or idols or whatever. Your God has a name based on where you grew up on the planet Earth. Said, I miss the old black community that was based around God and values, then came the community. Hey, Trey, check this out. I hear you. We had all this shit back then. All this shit that's happening now, we had it back then. For some people romanticize the past, like all this shit, you know, your mismatched aunts and uncles and all this, grandma having all these kids, the milkman and the you know, the garbage man and this and that. Yeah, all this shit existed already. This is not new. Let's keep it moving.
I talk about that a lot. I talk about feminism and how it has been negative towards the natural order. I've talked about
feminism is negative towards the social order. Feminism is its own social construct. There's no feminism in the wild. You go to third world countries, it doesn't exist. Let's continue. It's social.
The fact that black women have been largely the biggest demographic of folks that have totally bought into the feminist business, and you see the direct consequences, including the birth rate decline. The abortion rate in the black community at one point in time was 67%, 670 per 1,000. Right? I've talked about the failure of the black church in holding accountable women that are in here just filing for divorce for, as I've described, elective reasons. You know, the graduation from divorce business. So I'm not sure how, in my
Hey Lou, you would. You said if we lived in small tribes, no written law, you see a loose version. To be honest, you'd see that, right? Not the way you're seeing it now, though. Think about this, Lou. If you're telling the women it's cool not to be with a man in this social climate, right? Like you don't, if they're getting all the benefits of being with a man without a man, what it means is that in those small tribes with no written law, those women would be with those men because they would not be getting social benefits, the social benefits that they're getting now. If in those small tribes you assigned women with all of the things that you assign them with in this developed nation, you would have what you have now. Understand that in the third world, women are not given welfare, social benefits, all of these things. The only reason women opt into society is because they have to be near men to survive. That's it. It's not natural order. They opt in because they out of survival. I've said it a million times. Shout out to Dave Tao. The provider male is fucking dead. In the developed nation, the provider male is dead. They don't need provider males. They need tricks, shit like this. So in a small tribe with no written law, they would have to find the guy that can get them by. They wouldn't just naturally gravitate. No, they got to survive. Otherwise, women would hunt, right? They would just go hunt. Right? So let me respond to Trey. Where's Trey's comment at? Because he disagreed with me. So he said he would, this is in response to me. He said, nah, bro. This stuff here is straight out of Benin or Uganda. Again, you have a situation in a nation. Everything's cool. The men are going to hunt. They're coming home. They're bringing shit. This is the social contract. You give me pussy, I'll give you shelter, food, I'll hunt for you. Social, not natural. Social contract, right? Another nation comes and invades, takes over. What happens to the women? What do the women do? The colonizers, the invaders come and take over shit. What do the women do? God bless you. The problem with y'all, people like y'all, is God never talk. I know I'm gonna get some thumbs down on this shit. The problem is with people like y'all, God never talked to y'all, so y'all don't believe in him. So why would he talk to y'all, especially when y'all don't think he is real and alive? I thought God was all forgiving. If I disagree with my brother, he's still my brother. I disagree with Dr. Thunder. That's still my man. So God stops fucking with me because I disagree? Y'all never believed him. So God is mad at me because, is that what this post is saying? Shout out to you, Jonathan Robinson. I just want to make sense of it. So you don't believe in God, so he ain't going to talk to you if you don't think he's real and alive. Black people have been believing in God all this time. They believed in God on the slave ships and whatever form of God they came here with. Then when they got here and they got Christianity, they believed in Jesus and God through the whole cotton picking experience. What did God talk to the slaves about when they thought he was real and alive? See, this is turning into a religious discussion, and I don't want it to do that. I'm going to keep it moving. Political Mandalorianism. Appendix 2, the original social contract men broke with society was safety for the family and family for safety. Technology has made safety more accessible. Provision and protection are built into the system. Provision, welfare, social benefits, protection, the fucking police. The provider male is dead. Let's continue.
I think rather comprehensive take of scenarios associated with this topic in both in mostly a negative way, and I've even described my own marriage as being anomalous, right? With the kind of value system that my wife has, the kind of person that she is, the kind of mother that she is. You know, you know, the fact that when we got together, she wasn't requiring me to bankroll stuff. I was living in the basement of my grandmother's house. How many scenarios, Black American women today, do you think would be available in the same way?
Not many.
Of course, it's a very small percentage.
Right.
I talked about the lack of virtuous women. And look, this has been a historical problem. This has been a historical problem because in Proverbs,
Ray Hanma, I don't want to pronounce your name incorrectly. Again, I grew up Christian. Sin is sin. Show me in the Bible where this, blasphemy is the only unforgivable thing before God. Show me, because I born again. Please forgive me. You tell me where in the Bible that blasphemy is unforgivable. And I'm speaking in context right now. Don't talk to me like I don't know these things. What scripture? What scripture can you point to that says this shit that you saying in bottom of the screen down here? That blasphemy is the only unforgivable. People be making stuff up in Christianity, and that's why I can't rock with people when it comes to these things. Because God ain't here to say what it is, so we got to rely on people to tell us what it is. Too many people speaking on God's behalf. The preacher speaks on God's behalf. The deacon speaking on God's behalf. All these people speaking on behalf of God. God ain't saying it. He ain't write the books. Everybody's speaking on God's behalf. None of you would allow anybody to speak on your behalf. You would appear to speak on your own. Freezone says, keep it 100. Would you say that these women of the West are leaning more into what is natural for them than the women of cultures just based on survival? I agree much with that. What we're seeing is unabridged female nature. When you give women what they want, when you give people everything they need, that's in the hierarchy of needs. When you give people everything they need, that's when you see that come out. You'll see that come out. When you give somebody freedom, the freedom to act on their own shit, that's when the real them comes out. You have people that will not corrupt with power. They say absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's true for most people. It's very rare that you meet somebody who you'll give them the power. And there are women out there who have all the power in the world to take your kids from you, to seek damages, to seek spousal support, fuck you up in a divorce. You got women out there that don't do it, and they can. But you got to roll the dice. And this is what we're talking about here. The likelihood that this will happen to you. If you want to get married, you got to protect yourself all types of ways. But if we talk about child outcomes, there is facts and figures that will tell you that some of the things that you would tell a black man to do to produce better child outcomes don't really rock with the community. It's not productive to this black utopia that y'all want. So the only way something can be blasphemed is if it was hallowed, holy, consecrated in the first place. All of these are ideas. Blasphemy is only against the Holy Spirit, which has to be continuously and purposefully. Or purposely. Dating apps are better than banging on sex dolls any day of the week. Dogs and wolves differ not genetically, but epigenetically. That's why dogs and wolves can mate and have healthy offspring. Civilization makes men dogs, but keeps women as wolves. Ooh. Ooh. This nigga here, man. Yo, man, don't be coming to my channel with this fucking deep philosophical shit showing me up, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Don't come here stealing my motherfucking show, nigga. Hey, man. This is my show, man. This is my show, man. Mine. You can't come in here taking my show from me, man. Said, but men have to adapt to civilization and technological pressure or risk being taken over by other civilizations without those restrictions, hang-ups. Yo, this nigga, man. Yo, this motherfucker, bro. Oh, man. Yo, my man.
A virtuous woman is said to be as valuable as rubies, right? And rubies are valuable. Why? Because they are rare.
Because they're rare.
So a virtuous woman is rare in biblical times. Now, what do you think it's like now? What do you think it's like now? Given that the structure is literally facilitating debauchery.
Yes, I agree.
Literally facilitating debauchery.
Because you giving the woman what they need without them having to submit for it. Women don't have to submit for survival anymore.
Likely you think it is now. What's happening, Theo Waff? Yeah, it's a rough way to go. Right?
No, in the Bible, God forgives.
I'll talk about.
Hold on. God forgives everything, Jonathan Robinson. In the context of Christianity, God forgives everything. You could be Charlie Manson, and Jesus will save you from your sins. You could be Jeffrey Dahmer and be born again. So no, and I'm speaking to you from someone who grew up in church. Let's continue. And again, respect to you and your perspective, but I disagree with you respectfully.
This stuff ad nauseum. And offline, I've taken a lot of heat. Because it has appeared that many of my sentiments have been overly negative with respect to, black women or, with respect to the marriage topic, or I'm telling black men that they need to bypass Keisha and stuff like this. So when people actually tune in and they see me talk, this is the way that they tend to take it.
No, that's what it is. Doc,
it seems to be zealots in the space.
Doc, you show us stuff. You show us what black women are doing in real time, the news, this and that. You're not lying. You're not making this up. You know what I mean? You come with the content. It's real. We know how black women feel about that. You can't show people our bullshit. The Sha'Carri shit, all that shit. Doc, whether you were showing people or not, people see it. Everybody sees it. We see it. Non-black people see it. The world sees it. It's the internet. You're being, like you saying, in your inner circle. These are black people coming at you. More than likely black women that are coming at you for this. It's real. It's unadulterated. It is what it is.
That only take one thing that I say without the context, without the comprehensive nature of all of the stuff that I talk about. Now, I'd argue that both takes are wrong. It is not the case that I'm being overly negative towards black women. I'm just reviewing stuff that comes across my desk.
Absolutely.
Right. And I'm calling balls and strikes.
Right.
To my best ability.
Right.
Okay. I have biases.
Yes, you do. So do I. So do I. And I think I try to be as fair as I can. You have biases and beliefs, and you have to function within the context of those. I'm calling some of those to question tonight, but no, as far as how you lay out your content in reference to the reporting, you're not lying.
All right. So anyhow,
this is news to me. I didn't know that he was giving out marital advice, but if he were, it occurs to me that it's pretty credible.
I think one problem also with the space is that those that are married, it's as if we should just shut up and not say anything.
I was waiting for this part. So I'm going to let him speak, and then I'm going to respond to this, Doc.
And we should allow everything else, everyone else, if you're single, if you're for the streets and single, if you're MGTOW, if you're just have totally sworn women off, if you're, still dealing with women, if you're, I don't know, you a pickup ninja, whatever it is, then their voice is supposed to be the dominant voice, right? And those that are married, though we criticize heavily the state of the black family. We criticize heavily the black community, and the central reason why it's failed is because of all of these frivolous divorces, because it seems as though Keisha doesn't want to get married.
That's not the reason why that's not the only reason why the black community has failed. It's one of the reasons. You know what I mean? But it's not the only reason the black community has failed. Yeah, well, community. Right? But what he said here is he said that married men are not, he says he feels as though married men are not supposed to have a voice in these discussions. By a show of ones, are you married? Who in here is married? Type 1 in the chat. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. All my nigga lovers, nigga haters, all my church people, all of my guys here. Type 1 in the chat if you are married. Leon, I knew you were coming. I know Leon, Henny King, you are married. You have a special case. If you're married, type 1. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I'm not going to crucify you. Jay Jermaine types in multiple zeros. All right. I don't think there are going to be a bunch of ones that's going to type in. I'm not going to attack people. 73 people here. I'm sure there's more than one married person in here. Right? Because after you kill yourself, you can't then go get born again, Jonathan. It's a final act. It's a final act. But again, contextual, right? Shout out to No Placeholder. I have a functional marriage to a black woman, and I will admit it is luck. You will never get me up here saying otherwise. My situation is not replicable. These are the sorts of comments that I respect. Doc says himself he's in a marriage that, although challenging, he's been in a marriage for 18 years. I respect that. I even respect Doc for even admitting that there are challenges in his marriage. So let me say I respect that, right? Thank you, No Placeholder, for the $5. We have married men in here. Now, by a show of ones, how many of you married men have heard Marcus Keep It 100 say negative things about married men, call you names, exclude you from the conversation, etc., etc.? I have made commentary on married men, but I ain't never said you can't be here, you can't speak. And if so, I will be giving money to anyone who can go find this content on this channel, nowhere else, where you can prove that I've done this. I am against Western marriage because of how it is, handled over here. I'm against it. Notice I said Western. I encourage guys to not get married in America. I encourage guys to be careful. It's not in your favor. All this stuff. 80, the high percentages, divorce, shank, all of this shit. What Doc is doing right now is he's strawmanning. You're my guy, but you're strawmanning. If you're talking about somebody other than me, okay. But it's never happened here on this channel where I ridiculed guys for being married. What I will ridicule you for is being married and going through the shit that you're going through in marriage, knowing what we know about marriage. Now, I will say this. The Black Manosphere is a derivative of MGTOW. MGTOW stands for men going their own way. MGTOW, red pill. Marriage is a blue pill institution. Married men, yeah, you could be here. We're interested in your perspectives, especially when you're being honest about your experiences. We've had guys come here that were married, are married, and lie to us and sell us marriage, family building warriors and stupid shit like that, and encourage men to get married because it's this great thing to do. To those men, I tell them, go fuck yourselves, stop lying to men, and give them the honest experience. What Doc has done, at least in this video, is he's done that. He says he's done it in the past, and I believe him. But to the married guys, and No Placeholder and Henny King and everybody that I know is married in here that will say, hey, look, man, this shit is some shit. I respect the guys that keep it real about what their experiences are with their wives and in their marriage and challenges and all of this other stuff. Sly says it's not a monolith. Hey, look, cool. I'm not against any of that. But no, married men, no, you ain't got the dominant voice here because this is the red pill space. You are as included in the conversation as the women here to a certain degree. You're black men. So in the black male context, absolutely. When the topic of marriage is coming up, what I expect married men to do is give niggas the real. Don't sell a dream or bill of goods. Don't sell niggas up the river with this marriage shit. The previous generation has to stop lying to generations after them about this shit for the appearances bullshit. You want to keep up the appearance of an intact community, intact culture, and all of that shit. So you send niggas down the road, and this is what Mikhail or Mike Ferg referred to as setting niggas up for failure. Tell niggas the truth about this shit. Stop lying. Is Doc lying? Not necessarily. What he's saying is he's telling you the truth about Keisha. He's telling you the truth about the laws. He's telling you all the truth, but then he's saying to you, I recommend you do this because, not saying he's requiring you or that he doesn't fuck with you if you don't, but he's saying he's recommending this for XYZ reasons, and I've already outlined those in my last two videos. The reasons he's selling marriage on are diminishing returns. Is the argument of diminishing returns that I make in my last two videos. The most I've ever seen you do in regards to that is called married men simps. Find a clip. Find a clip. Never did that. I've said that married men can be simps. Any man can be a simp. You're not a simp because you're married. I said that in past videos. Straight like that. Shout out to my man Rob from Black Light Revelations because he was there for it. I've said exactly that verbatim. I didn't call married men simps. I called married simps simps. You said, and yeah, a lot of married guys be simps. Absolutely. Yo, it takes a certain type of individual to get married in the West and stay married in the West. Either you are a gorilla pimp or you a gorilla simp. I'm not coming at you, Lou. I'm just saying, you're going to have to find that clip where I say, yo, married niggas is simps. No, never did it. Never said it. I've always given guys, at least tried to give them the blueprint of what marriage should be. And my bottom line is, don't do it here. If you want to mitigate some of these outcomes, don't do it here. Don't do it in the culture, et cetera, et cetera. Again, you got the pro-black, Gen X, or boomer dudes that will tell you, you know, experiment. Thanks for letting me know. I don't know what this is connected to. I'm sure you'll tell me. It's a cognitive dissonance. Absolutely. I'm not married yet, but I for sure plan to marry my chick. She's solid. Hopefully she remains this way. If you've been with her for a long time, just understand that the likelihood that you'll get divorced increases the longer you've been together unmarried. Again, that's in the last couple of videos. I read that stat. You've been with your woman shacked up or whatever for a long period of time. The likelihood that you'll get divorced. Look at Birdman and Tony Braxton. The likelihood that you'll get divorced is higher if y'all been together for a minute because it changes the relationship. Said keeping up the illusion of a unified front when it's anything but. Younger generations see this and know it's a BS. I'm not willing to sacrifice young niggas to keeping up appearances, to roll the dice for better outcomes and this and that, when again, it's not even guaranteed, and it's less guaranteed in our culture and amongst our people. Let's continue with
right. The out of wedlock childbirth and all this stuff. We talk about this. We understand what the actual issue is. Expressing concern for kids, especially concern for Black boys. But then men that are married are supposed to not say anything.
I don't see how these two things are correlated. I don't understand how to care for Black boys and this and that and wanting outcomes is something that like, well, needs to be addressed by the married men. I don't get that. You got married guys or formerly married guys that don't even get to see their kids. They don't get to, speak to their sons or push them in the right direction or any of that stuff. And again, if you got a challenging marriage, those returns are diminished. The argument of diminishing returns. I stand on it. Right? But I don't understand how those two things are correlated, where we need to get that opinion from married men. If we're speaking on these things. This is shit that anybody can look and observe and see. We don't need a married man's opinion for that. What we need a married man's opinion for is, how is it to be married? What is your experience? And we get these collective experiences and we draw conclusions from that. We don't need you for the stats. We don't need you for the facts. We don't need you for none of that. Just your experience in the marriage, so that we can put all these things together, these collective experiences. But in order for us to make a sound judgment from that, we need y'all niggas to tell the truth.
And I think I think it's problematic. I've gone on to other people's panels before, and when I say anything that sounds at all like it's positive towards marriage, even if I'm providing a context for that, I'm not saying that all marriages are good. I'm not saying that everybody should get married, but I'm saying, marriage is positive for the sake of children. Even when I provide that context, it's like I'm not supposed to. The
only context, Doc, that you provided is, if you get married and stay married, you might have better outcomes than the single mother. That's not much of an argument. It's not much of an argument, especially when we know what the child outcomes are for single fathers and things of that nature. And again, none of these things are guaranteed. You can have all of the things lined up and, still have these bad outcomes. Mind you, the likelihood is diminished if you get married and stay married. And it depends on who your parents are. It depends on your economic situation. The marriage itself does not increase the quality of the children's outcomes alone. There's other things that are at play. There's a lot of other wheels turning. Again, addressed in my last two videos. So we want to talk about context. Watch my last two videos and debate against those studies, debate against that research. Nobody said that you said all marriages were good and that your kids will become scientists if you get married. Well, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, with the divorce rate and the drama rate connected to Western, not just Black, but Western marriage and even Black marriage, those returns are diminished. I illustrated that and highlighted it to death on those streams.
Supposed to speak on that topic or something.
No, and you can speak on it. I'm just saying, you gotta accept, you gotta be willing, Doc, you gotta be willing to take in the new information and form an opinion around that. You just can't keep saying the same thing over and over. And that's what I'm calling the intellectual dishonesty and the dissonance on, is you have not updated your response or your argument based on the new information that I presented. You have not. You haven't.
And then it gets characterized as if I'm out here issuing marriage advice. I'm not issuing marriage.
His words, not mine.
Advice. I'm saying, look, marriage is a central component of society. The Black community is failing because of the breakdown of marriage.
Just Pete, he said marriage society. Then he'll say order, natural order later, but it's marriage is social. We invented it, right? Humanity is one about marriage. Then families didn't form like that just out of existence. And he's also saying marriage is the downfall of the black community. There's more than that. It's the women that don't want to get married. It's the women that are choosing to be single mothers. We say black women create single mothers, not black men. So how is it incumbent in the black male space that we talk about what black men need to do to affect an intact marriage? What you're saying is marry, or you're implying for this outcome, marry, roll that dice for these child outcomes so that you don't get a single mama outcome. But you have to be able to affect staying married to prevent that marriage. What are you guys willing to do to remain married? Is there a limit? To my man Ray and to my man, I think, Jonathan, what are you guys willing to do? And I'm talking to you two guys because you two guys have expressed in the comment section that you're Christian. What are you guys willing to do to stay married? What are you willing to do? How far do you take it? No placeholder again. He says, for men, marriage is a position of resignation in the West. If you don't want to lose all your power as a man, don't get married in the West. Ray says, keep it 100. I think Dr. Thunder does that because he's a little scared to come with the raw truth. You have to contextualize this a little bit because I want to understand what you're saying. I'm missing the context when you say he does that. We don't get it unless they give it or allow it. Keep the the challenges, Shaka. The challenges. Termacat says, once I'm married and have kids, I will do anything to stay married. Now, different people's do anything is different. You got the Martin Luther King version to stay married and do anything. And then you got the Malcolm X, by any means necessary, stand by the window with the shotgun, do anything by any means necessary, right? So everybody's do whatever is different. Said, basically guerrilla pimping and protecting assets. That's my playbook. You got guerrilla pimps and guerrilla simps. There's no in between. Said Dr. Thunder is only scared of upsetting. How you know his wife watching the shit, man? You know what I'm saying? If she cheated, would you stay? Let's continue with this.
Yes, marriage is a topic that I'm going to discuss.
Right.
I'll discuss it frequently. Right. I've done shows talking, discussing this idea of arranged marriage. I've talked about how in societies where you have so-called love marriage and arranged marriage, even in those societies, when people are involved in their own mate selection.
I don't want to do mental masturbation. Arranged marriages is not coming back to this motherfucker. It's not happening. No CLE, Mr. Shit is coming back. We can forget about that.
Basically, not listening to other people. There's like a 40% divorce rate in a society where 94% even of the marriages are arranged marriages. But of course, that 94% of arranged marriages, they only have like a 6% divorce rate.
It's great.
So even in the same society, when people choose for themselves outside of social circle game, family structure, religious institutions, outside of those things, it's a recipe for failure.
It ain't coming back, Doc.
So
I keep telling, bro.
Anyhow,
I've been saying that. I've been saying the
this is what
same
I
thing. I've been saying the same thing to y'all. Well, you can't put the cat back in the bag; it won't fit. You know those mattresses that you order and they come rolled up and shit. After you take that bitch out of whatever that plastic shit it came in, you cut that shit open, that shit roll out into a bed. Try rolling that shit back up and putting it into the fucking bag. I don't like having these sorts of conversations. It's not happening. Say about that, right? And me and the good doc have had a marriage debate for some time now. And Doc, it's Doc's position that he not only supports marriage for Black men, but supports marriage like from a Black love perspective. Now, Dr. T is a confident Christian man. He isn't scared. Thank you, no placeholder, for the $2.
Yeah, I mean, if you find a viable candidate, get married. Now, if somebody clips this, they may be draw the conclusion based on what he's saying that I'm telling Black men to only deal with Black women or to prioritize Black American women, even if they're having terrible results, even if it's not working out. And of course, that's never been my advice. Never been my advice. At no point in time has that been my advice.
I wouldn't call it advice. I'd say that
right?
you promote it. You definitely promote it. Dr. Thunder might be a case where he's successful in his current marriage, right? Mm-hmm. But to use that as some sort of argument for marriage in general is not good.
And that's not what I do.
I agree.
I
agree. Hold on. Did I? Oh, I fucked up. Let me go back. What's this? Oh, results found. I ain't his shit. Let me go
We're
back.
Renewal by Anderson, and we're proud not to be like most companies. We'll replace.
And if they're not equipped here in the real world and compete, and if they're not going to, but after age of 5, discipline and structure becomes critically important because that
you go back. I think we missed
married with children, right? Though on the dice to discuss, and I'll discuss it frequently. Societies where you have even in those societies when people into 94%, even of social circle game, it's a recipe for failure.
Say about that, right? And me and the doc, it's Doc's position that he from a Black love perspective.
Yeah, I mean, if you find a viable they may draw the conclusion to only deal with, even if they're having terrible. That's at no point in time has that been my advice, right?
He's successful in his current marriage, right? Mm-hmm. But to use that as some sort of argument for marriage in general is not good.
And that's not what I do.
No.
By the way. And maybe that's not what he's saying that I'm good. Maybe he's combating the argument that Mumia is presenting here.
I appreciate you, Doc, for getting that. I appreciate you for picking that up. Absolutely. That's not what I was saying. I was responding to Obsidian, and I appreciate you for doing that. Let's continue.
By saying that. But for clarity, that's not what I'm doing. No. I'm not saying I have a great marriage. I'm married to a Black American woman. So that's evidence that you should keep rolling the dice.
While I don't think that you say that, I would think that it's implied. Again, you admit that you speak on marriage from a Black love perspective. So what you're saying is you would prefer this, be the path that Black men go on, even if you don't require or push, coerce, shame. You don't do none of those things. Dr. Thunder does not shame Black men into Black marriages or Black relationships or shame them into rocking with Black women. And we got other guys that do that. We definitely do. Dr. Thunder does not do that. I haven't heard him do it. but you do imply that this is the preferred situation, because I ultimately believe that what you would like is an intact Black community. It's not a bad thing to want, but we're kind of past that. And red pill does not go backwards. We go forwards. We deal with shit in reality and the way it is, etc.
That is not my argument. Never has been.
Now, okay, all right. So you're bringing some nuance to it. You're not denying that Dr. Thunder himself isn't successful. You're looking more to the societal aspect more so than Dr. Thunder himself.
Right. Which I think is fair. And of course, to that point, I agree that there's all kinds of issues societally, which is why I even talk about the topic. And to this point that Brother Darkness is making right here, I've seen men shame other men about them being married and speaking on marriage as a positive. The men who want to argue against marriage come off like bitter women at times. Yeah. And
I mean, I don't think Brother Darkness is necessarily talking about me, but I'm just practical, man. Like, I look at the probabilities and and the likelihoods and shit like that, and I just make a judgment based on that. I've always been this way. Bitterness is like an emotional thing. Like, I'm mad. Like, I ain't got nothing to be mad about. I don't have kids. I've made these decisions early on in my life. I made the decision that I don't want to get caught up being a baby father to none of these chicks. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a woman's husband and she got a side nigga, or I'm bound by law to these things. Like, the funny thing is, a lot of Republicans say they don't want big government in their business, but then they support marriage. Nigga, that's the government in your relationship. Trey, that's the government in your relationship. Y'all don't want government in none of y'all other business, but y'all sign marriage contract, marriage license. Nigga, that's business. Black men need to stop approaching marriage like it ain't business. It's fucking business. These bitches are doing business.
And I'd argue also, look, I went back and forth. Well, it wasn't really much of a back and forth. I did a video of a particular content creator.
He's talking about accountable commentary. I'm gonna skip past this part because it ain't got shit to do with me.
Some nuance to provide. He didn't.
Accountable commentary came at him, called him a simp, and said, if you're married to a Black woman, then you're a Keisha representative or some shit like that. Listen, I'm gonna skip past that.
Keisha inspired or whatever,
right?
Keisha aligned, and has said multiple times on this platform that if you are a brother married to a Black American music,
Black American woman,
Black American music. If you're a Black man married to a Black American woman, that essentially you're an agent of Keisha, right?
That's a bit of a stretch, but there's the possibility. There's a possibility. Being married doesn't mean X. Being a man with a female child, a daughter, doesn't mean X. But it's a possibility. It's there. I've said it before. You have, in order to get married and stay married to a Black woman or even a Western woman, you have to be a certain, like, you have to be amenable to the shit that comes with that. And you have to be a certain type of personality. You have to accept and deal with certain challenges that come and arise in these situations. Again, gorilla pimp or gorilla simp. Again, when you have a female child that you're raising, you can potentially you know, been that way because when we talk about girl dads, because you're trying to protect. It's like women with sons. You would hope, like in a black culture, we got a lot of women that go against their sons, like them being in good positions, especially with women. J. Jermaine says, I have to repent to the game because I used to be like Dr. Thunder, the nice guy. Dr. Thunder's a good guy, but we can't be good guys. We cannot be good guys. This environment does not afford us, with the ability to be good guys. We have to be vigilant. You know what I'm saying? And to a degree selfish.
And you shouldn't be speaking, right? and that you are, by definition, you're a simp, right? You're the problem, right?
So that's Accountable Commentary's position on Dr. Thunder. He's not talking about me, he's talking about AC, right? I don't agree with everything AC says, but it's up there. How much aligned me and homie is, it's up there.
No, I just think that things are more nuanced than that. But anyhow, let's keep going. But anyhow, he was Akeisha identified, right? That's what it was. Shout out to Gail, and she's in the chat right now. That because in a way that your perspective gets, that ain't me. Never has been.
I never said that married men couldn't be in the space or be part of these discussions. But too often what happens is you get married guys that show up to these discussions and talk shit to red pill niggas. We've all seen it. We've all seen it. Where you want to talk about your, Gabe A's, Gabab A's, right? We've all seen married guys come in these videos, come in these chats, and shame and ridicule niggas for having these discussions. And I'm like, well, what the fuck are you doing here? You don't belong here. It's like the married guy at the singles bar. You don't belong in these conversations. Why are you here? If marriage is so fucking great, right? If you're shitting on niggas for even looking at marriage as something that, could potentially fuck their shit up, and you come here to just troll niggas, because a lot of married niggas troll the space. Let's keep it real. And they have to, preach the gospel of marriage to single niggas. A lot of guys, that's their mission here. To get the red pill guys to sign a marriage certificate. That's not Dr. Thunder's mission. Like, that's not his mission. But he wants to see these outcomes. So it is implied that he recommends these choices. So that boys, black, so we can save the black boys, right? My position is marrying black women in this culture doesn't necessarily save the black boys. It does not. Those returns are greatly diminished. First, beginning with the fact that you're black. Nick says, you are right, keep it 100. And as a married dude, I don't understand why they do that childish, if you ask me. That is why a lot of times you get a lot of resistance to married men in the discussion, not because you're married, but because a lot of guys show up with that bullshit. Don't give more time to some red pill niggas than your wife that you happy to be married to. Why are you giving us your attention? You should be with your happy wife. We got niggas coming through here with babies crying in the background with shitty Pampers to argue with us.
Never would be. All right, let's keep going.
Now, that's different from this brother Mike Ferguson.
Look, you think my wife agrees with everything that I think? You think she agrees with everything that I say?
Let's get past some of this stuff. I'm going to get to.
A lot of our doing intermediatives, though.
We running long here.
There's some desire to sabotage black men. Why would I be on here doing the kind of content I do if I'm trying to sabotage black men?
I don't think that you're trying to intentionally sabotage black men. I told you on the stream that we did when we had the conversation, Doc, you can't reconcile both of these things. They're diametrically opposed to each other. You can't save black men and the community, bro. Can't do it. You can't do it. You can't do it. Doc, you can't save black men and the community. Just like the Dark Knight, you either save the woman or you save the DA. One of them is going to die. You save your girl or you save Harvey Dent. Which one? You got to make the hard choice. You can't save both. The black woman is the Joker in this instance. But this is what's called the prisoner's dilemma or some shit like this. You got to choose one. Or it's a version of the prisoner's dilemma. Prisoner's dilemma. You're trying to save both of these things. No, you can't do it. Suggesting that black men marry modern women kind of is sabotaging, though. Not that you require it, not that you're shaming, not that you advise it, even suggesting it. Even suggesting it. I give people all the information they need to make their own decision. I can't make men either go nay or they, nay or yay. It is up to them what they do. And if they decide to put their head in the lion's mouth, despite what I told them, if I point out the sharp teeth and all of that shit, and they still do that, that's on them. Yeah, black men in the community are diametrically opposed. You're trying to save the black family and you're trying to save black men at the same. It's not going to work, Doc. You can't do it. I told you this before. Years ago, I said, it's already burning. We didn't set it on fire. It's burning. You can't stop it from burning. You got to let it go. You can't do it. Uru can't do it. BGS can't do it. None of you guys can do it. Jason Black ain't going to do it neither.
I don't know. It's just
who argues from his statement, and I'm going to read his statement.
Right.
It's up to all my niggas except Dr. Thunder, who's setting niggas up to fail with his marriage advice. Now he's not saying what you're saying, Marcus. You're saying, I don't have an issue with Dr. Thunder. I have an issue with this broader societal situation.
Well,
this brother, Mike Ferguson, isn't saying that. He's not saying, I got a problem with the broader societal piece. He's saying he's got a problem with Dr. Thunder.
I don't have a problem with Dr. Thunder, but
and I wonder even like if Mike Ferguson, if I put Mike Ferguson on the spot and said, okay, you apparently understand my argument to the extent that you feel comfortable on a public platform putting this kind of comment up there. So, in detail, tell me what my argument is. Tell me what my perspective is, and I need a comprehensive take on it since you feel this confident to make this kind of statement. I'm positive that this ninja is not going to be able to, is not going to be able to do that.
I'm gonna say this, Doc, for Mike. I know Mike very well, and he probably could. I'm gonna say that, and we're gonna move on. He probably could outline it for you. Mike is a younger generational guy. And he's coming from that perspective. Mike is the voice of the guys that are younger who are looking at us. And you got a lot of guys in the Gen X generation that sound like they would, we still talk about the outcomes of black boys, and that's not their conversation even. These are guys that grew up with the internet and have seen all the shit that women do and say. You can't even begin to have the conversation of what you're talking about with these guys. Don't talk religion to them. Don't talk black community, black boy. Don't even, bro. No, they're not even going to begin to talk to you about this stuff. This shit is going to die with us, Doc. The generation that we grew up before cell phones, before the internet, before all of this shit. This shit is going to die with us. And it's going to get progressively worse. You're seeing girls saying, black men, you're kings and all this shit. Yeah, it sounds nice for the internet. Those are the minority of women. What's going to happen is, I got a video coming up. Winter's not coming. Because women are raising these boys to be sympathetic to their point of view when it comes to the relationships and shit like that. Let's keep going. I do oppose some of his opinions and approaches.
And here's the thing. I respect people disagreeing with me. And frankly, it's more interesting to me what's happening, KM. It's more interesting to me to have conversations with people that have diverging opinions. What's happening in line 917? It's more interesting to me, right? And Keep It 100 and I, there's no beef. That's not what this is. There's no beef. That's my man's. Keep It 100 is my guy. I rock with Keep It 100. Okay. We disagree on a number of things. We probably agree on about 95% of things. But there's some things that are there's some critical things that we do disagree on. Okay.
Shout out
that
to you.
That doesn't make him my enemy.
Hey, Ray, when you get a chance, right after this stream is over, leave me a link in the comment section of what you want me to check out. I appreciate that.
Right? Keep It 100 is my friend. Right? Offline. Like we were talking the other day, we were talking about electric cars. And he was telling me about he's got his 5th electric vehicle, and he was sharing some of the positives about going electric. And
might do a whole channel on it. Stay tuned.
So we talk about stuff that's ain't even this stuff.
Facts.
Right? So we're not at odds like that we disagree on this particular issue, and that's fine.
On marriage and especially in respect to you talk about child outcomes. And the last I did a video on that recently where I pulled up some things, and I think that's where Mike Ferg's comment comes from.
Now here's the thing. So there are a number of studies that look at child outcomes. They look at single mother outcomes. They look at single father outcomes. Not as many studies have looked at that, but there are some that have. And then, of course, married with children, right? And then they'll go even into.
I brought up a study that looked at all family structures. I did it already. I'm not going to do it again for this video. It's in, Surviving Black Mama. It's there, right? I did the video already. So, y'all can check that out when y'all get a chance if you haven't already. So let's not do the thing where, okay, we say that the studies that do exist don't exist. I'm not saying that he's saying that, but let's not do that. Let's not even imply it. Okay. Doc, maybe you need to check my video out and get some new information so you can respond to that. Don't just respond to what I'm saying with just repeating what you're saying. Take any information. If you need links, I'll send links.
In more detail, how long were they married? Married for a lifetime, married until the children were adults or out of the house, divorced before the kid's 5 years old. They look at a number of things.
Most of the marriages reach divorce before the kid's 5 years old. Most of them. Again, it's in the video. Check it out when you get a chance. Blah, 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 blah. It's there. Most of these divorces, most of these splits occurs when the kid's very young.
With respect to outcomes of the kids, custody, who gets custody, the effect, the impact of who get the custody. Is there a different situation for boys and girls? Are there different outcomes for boys and girls? So there's been a number of studies that have been on this issue, and there are some studies. And it's very few because
yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. We're going to continue. This is sidebar. But Floyd, yes, you can. Let's keep it moving.
Single fathers is not really a thing in large. It's not really it's not a common thing. Okay, so you're talking about a small percentage of folks. The main reasons why a single father is going to do better than a single mother, there's a couple reasons. One is finances, and that's a primary thing. Men make more money.
If it's a primary thing among single father, why is it not a primary thing with the joint marriage? You can't reduce finances out of the discussion to defend your marriage argument and then say, well, the reason single fathers are successful is because of finances. I'm going to call that out. Like I said earlier, the marriage itself isn't the determining factor of whether the child comes out. There's other factors, and finances are one.
So if the kid is with the father, they're going to live a better life, probably have access to better schooling, X, Y, and Z.
So why isn't that true for Nick Cannon and Cam Newton's kids? Why? If a single father situation where there's money increases the likelihood that they'll have better opportunities and better access to things, why wouldn't a co-parenting situation such as Nick Cannon, Cam Newton, where these guys are present in their kids' lives, the kids have access to them and access to their resources, Why doesn't that argument work there? We can't then, debunk that with religious beliefs. If we're talking about finances.
So, especially for a boy, but I'd also argue for a girl too, discipline and structure is critically important.
Facts.
It's critically important.
You get more of that from a father than from a mother. I'm not making the single mother argument. You wouldn't do that. Who would do that? Right? The Anthony Edwards, I think that's the ball player's name, gave this woman $1 million up front in child support. She's already spent 10% of it. She already spent 10% of it. Termacast says, I call BS. These women get a pretty decent subsidy and overall financial outcomes that match most single dads. Ooh. That's something I would need to research.
Not as important up to maybe age of 5, but after age of 5, discipline and structure becomes critically important because that kid, especially if it's a boy, is going to have to get out here in the real world and compete.
So I already made the argument backed by research and backed by stats that a lot of these marriages end before the boy is 5. So what's the point in marrying the woman, getting divorced from her, being alienated from your son, for her to operate as a single mother anyway? I'm starting to repeat myself in these discussions because what's happening is you're not taking the new information and applying that to your response. You're saying, well, get married because, the boy needs structure after 5 years old. By the time 5 comes, the dude is already out of the picture. We know that women are opposed to structure in the West. You introduce structure, they buck against it. They have the power to buck against it. They're state aided in bucking against it. Why isn't this addressed? So the marriages that actually stay together problem-free are enjoying these higher likelihoods of better outcomes for children, in particular boys. It's not even representative of the number of men actually getting married. It's representative of those factors that reduce the likelihood. There needs to be an honest conversation about and around that. Instead of just recommending marriage, you're saying, well, not everybody should get married and this and that and the other. No, let's talk about the child outcomes and the diminishing returns and what contributes to that. I want a response on that part. Let's not gloss over it because that will be intellectual dishonesty. Address that part.
And if they're not equipped for being able to address and deal with the world, that the environment that they have, that exists, they're doomed to fail. And we all know all of these stories about single mother raised men. We know that they are disproportionately represented in prison. We know that, many of these interactions where with the police, where the ninja goes ballistic, starts going crazy, the person that got pulled over, they start going crazy and wild and stuff. Disproportionately, they're single mother raised. They have not learned how to control their emotions. This is regular.
Black men cannot control for the single mother epidemic. Black women is discussed to death on these channels and in these panels. Black women choose single motherhood in America. Her body, her choice. She chooses to keep that child that she has been impregnated with outside of marriage, or she chooses to leave a marriage as a mother. It's one way or the other. Black women will lie on you and say that you're abusive to either her, the child, or both of you, to get sole custody and remove you from the situation. So we're going to ignore that. This is stuff that we discuss here all the time. This is not new. So why are we ignoring this? For the argument. Yeah, if you get married and you stay married and your wife ain't wilding the fuck out and challenging, then maybe you get a positive outcome. And then there's other factors, the quality of the parents themselves, the economic situation, and all of those things. It's as if you're saying if two people get married, they're broke, uneducated, right? But the longer they stay together, the kids will come out wonderful. Again, I did 2 videos on it, or I did one video where I put this up. Again, I suggest you, before you respond to anything that I'm saying tonight, you go look at them videos.
Look, I mean, this is a regular conversation, points, right? I've had the conversation already with our son about if you have interactions with police, you do what they say, you live to fight another day. If you're driving, you keep your hands in visible sight. You communicate clearly what it is that you're going to do. We've started to have not as many details, but we've started to have those conversations already. Right? But women just have a different experience with the world. And so they may not and are likely not going to be able to delineate as many specifics.
But they think they can raise men and they'll remove you. Anyway, let me skip ahead, man.
Other outcomes, I want
to get to the end of this. We've been doing this a while.
The chance that you get with someone that's just going to pull the ripcord. There are things that you can do, but there's nothing, but it's not guaranteed. There's no guarantees with this. You're dealing with another person. There's no guarantees.
But that's the point. I don't want to keep y'all too long. I'm seeing the numbers of people for, because I know it's getting late on the East Coast, right? I'm watching most of this for the first time with a lot of you, and I appreciate all you guys is hanging with me late. Who's still here? Let me see who's still here. Jay Jermaine, I know you're still in the building. Termicat, I know you're still in the building. Y'all want to push forward with this? Let me know if y'all want me to continue.
Where else? All of that stuff is true. I grant all of that. But understand that my primary concern with respect to marriage is the kids.
Mm-hmm.
It's the children.
That's not a strong crutch to lean on. And you keep leaning on it. You gotta find another crutch.
With respect to marriage or not married, single mother raised, baby mama,
He's suggesting that the only 2 structures that exist is marriage or single mama. No. And single mama can arise out of marriage. But women choose that, not you. They determine that, not you. You have no control over that. Even if you embrace all the challenges, they can still say, fuck this, wake up one day, fuck that, I'm out, I'm taking these kids with me. No placeholder, thank you for the super sticker. Placeholder is basically saying, stay your bitch ass here and continue this stream. This is a placeholder. That's what this $3 is a placeholder. Right? So appreciate you on that. you can't base your whole marriage argument is on the kid's outcome. And again, you have to. I need you to come with a better argument than this. The next time we speak on this, I hope it's a disagreement day. I hope it's disagreement day 3. I haven't done a disagreement day in a long time. I know I told Doc our conversation would not be about this, but I mean, Mike Ferg has reignited this shit. Let's keep going.
Divorce, but that whole gamut of things. That my main concern with that whole sort of suite of topics is what's happening to the kids. Mom and dad staying together, that's the best for the kids. Second on the list would be raised by a single father. And then third, but way down on the list, a lot worse outcomes, is going to be single mother raised. So let's keep going.
Right. So when he says setting up dudes to fail, what he's basically saying is Dr. Thunder presents his marriage as proof that marriage is like he supports black men getting married, especially to black women. Not only that,
yeah, but that's not my position though.
Yeah, it is.
That isn't my position. And it's
okay. So again, it's what you want to see. You imply that you would prefer black men to marry black women. You said it yourself. I don't want to clip you, but you've said it yourself. You're not pushing a nudge. You've implied it.
It's important. The nuance is important here.
Marriage is like he supports black men getting married, especially to black women. Not only that,
here, wait a minute. Let's go back a little bit more.
That recently where I pulled up some things, and I think that's where Mike Ferg's comment comes from, right? So when he says setting up dudes to fail, what he's basically saying is Dr. Thunder presents his marriage as proof that
I don't do that. I don't present my marriage as proof of anything. I don't do that. That's not what I do. I happen to be married. And so what happens is
one thing you do kind of do, Doc, is you make a lot of not all arguments. And that was AC's problem with you, is that you make a lot of not all black women arguments. And this is a fact, not all black women are XYZ, but it's like saying, well, not all snakes are poisonous. Are you willing to, reach in a barrel of snakes with your bare hand and see which one, you just hope that one won't bite you?
Because I am married, they're taking what I'm saying as basically weaponizing the fact that I'm married as proof positive, and to try to shape shape a positive perspective or whatever this is. Look, I can't help that I'm married in being in these conversations. I am married. That shouldn't be just by default used against me because I'm married.
No. If Mike is doing that, okay, but no. I'm not doing that. I'm not.
Because I do not make the argument that, take my marriage for an example, that means that you ninjas can get married too.
But you imply that you would like to see black men do what you've done. Again, not by shame of any of that shit, but this is a position you have. This is what you would like to see. And a lot of your commentary kind of centers around that belief, even if it's not aggressive.
That's not my position. It's not my argument. And if it's received that way or not, that is not my responsibility. That is not my responsibility. If people can't listen to what I'm actually saying, and if they're creating straw man arguments, That is not my responsibility. And even though I've entertained this and have explicitly said, no, that's not what I mean. This is actually what I mean. This is what I'm saying. If people still choose to think something that I've already said, that's not what I think, or that's not what I'm saying, that's not what I'm advocating for, that's not my responsibility. I'll take 50% responsibility for how I'm perceived, but I'm not going to take 100%.
What I realize is a lot of guys in this space, they end up in a lot of videos saying, that's not what I said, that's not what I meant. I'm being misunderstood, I'm being misquoted. I want guys to understand that these conversations are recorded on the internet. I'm going to say this again. Like the old man says, for the niggas in the back, these conversations are recorded on the internet. Like Sha'Carri's attack of her boyfriend was recorded in the airport. You don't get to say you ain't say some shit you said on the internet. It's recorded on the internet. You can say what you didn't say. Well, what are you saying? The natural order is this. Okay, so then you're recommending this setup, and then you're saying, well, I support this because these are the outcomes. These are the negative outcomes of this. So without explicitly saying, don't do this, you're saying, don't do this, do this. If you marry a woman, your kids will come out better. If you're a single father, they won't be as good as if you're married to the woman. And if the woman has the kid, they don't come out as good as either of the other two, right? You're negatively reinforcing men towards marriage. No. It's a passive aggressive way of making your argument. You're negatively reinforcing men towards marriage. What I don't want people in this space or outside of it to do is intentionally or unintentionally insult my intelligence. Despite what the old man says about crayons, I consider myself to be a reasonably intelligent motherfucker. And these things do not go over my head. There's a way of saying shit without saying it. There's a way to double speak. There's a lot of double speak that takes place in these conversations. Just stand where you stand. And let's go on from there. If you would like to see black men with black women, say that. And you have said that. When we say that that's what you like, then don't reply with, well, I ain't saying that you have to. No, just say it's a preference of yours. That is something that you would love to see. In the perfect world, it would be nice. We don't live there. If you would prefer that men be married and have kids, say that. Don't use the argument of better outcomes with boys and children to say that that's no, it's about your religious beliefs. Say that. It is totally possible to get positive outcomes out of children without a marriage license. because of the other factors that are involved. Not only that, the marriage itself is not making this happen. It is the components of the marriage, meaning the relationship, the co-parenting aspect, those things. I've said this already. I'm repeating myself. The other part of it is that the quality of the actual relationship between the husband and wife has a direct effect on the children, even in the marriage maintenance. If you're going through shit with your wife and the kids see that, it affects their outcomes. So the Will Smith struggle to stay married does not affect outcomes in a positive way. Respond to that. I challenge you to respond to that part. Respond to that piece, like y'all like to say. Respond to that piece. The quality of marriage piece. The diminishing returns piece. All of those things. You can't ignore these parts to keep saying that marriage alone is what creates positive outcomes in kids. And your argument for that is the single mother. By herself, working somewhere, and the kid is at home alone, or latchkey, or he joined a gang and all. That's a very bad. Again, I want a face-to-face panel with Dr. Thunder. Disagreement day 3 with me and Dr. Thunder. He said what he said. He responded to me. I'm responding to him. At this point, this is going in circles. You're not applying the new information and the study and the research that I threw on top of this shit. Don't run from that research. It's there. It's there, bro.
I'm not going to take 100%.
Nobody's misunderstanding you. Well, I'm not. Marriage is like he supports black men getting married, especially to black women. Not only that, Dr. Thunder speaks about marriage or his recommendations for marriage for black men from a religious perspective.
Look, again, on my recommendations for marriage, that's not really what's happening on my platform.
Your recommendations for marriage out of your own mouth is if you're seeking salvation and if you want better child outcomes. Your recommendation for marriage is centered around that. So don't say you don't recommend marriage. You recommend marriage in the context of those things. You're not just telling guys willy-nilly to get married. You're saying, if you want this and this, then do this. That is a recommendation. It is.
I talk about marriage. I talk about my own marriage in a limited capacity. I have provided a hierarchy if people do want to get married, but I've also said not everybody should get married, and there's 2 pathways. That's not a reality. Said not everybody should get married, and there's 2 pathways.
The 2 pathways are
marriage and celibacy.
Marriage and celibacy. So get married, or y'all niggas can't fuck. This is the red pill. Absolutely. My man, here we go. Causation versus correlation. Thank you. Thank you. There's a correlation, causation fallacy being committed here in the argument that 2 people signing a marriage license creates better outcomes in children, as opposed to the components that surround that relationship, which, if compromised, doesn't affect that outcome. But if those components exist outside of the marriage license, you can affect the outcome. It's not guaranteed either way, but is possible and probable. That's my argument. Again.
Now it may seem like, oh well, the celibacy, that's not a realistic path. Look, I'm telling,
it's not. It's not.
It still isn't telling you that you have to get married.
It's telling you either got to get married or you can't fuck. That's not clear. Get married or you can't fuck. Again, this is a religious perspective. We are a lot of us are secular dudes. We're going to toss that in the trash. Mind you, it's his perspective to have, and we're going to eat the meat and throw out the bones. That's a bone. Pause. That's a bone. We're going to toss that. For all the non-religious guys in the discussion, we're going to toss that bone in the trash. Doc, we love you. Nobody's doing the get married or keep a dry dick lifestyle. Nobody's doing that. Very extreme position. Very extreme position. Either wear a wedding ring or you don't get no pussy. So your argument makes sense since the village or extended family can raise comparable kids. Yo, Adrian, hey, look, we still here. Thank you for the $2. Nah, cause I'm trying to work through this video, bro. These niggas keep saying they want me here. They keep sending me money. They want me here. They keep sending me chats. I'll take their $2, $3, $5. Cool. They letting me know they want me here. I want to finish. We almost to the end of this. So let's go.
So,
and it is my perspective that religion doesn't necessarily make your marriage successful. It's not going to.
That's true. It doesn't necessarily make your marriage successful. You're 100% on that. And I've been very critical of the black church, of the modern churches, where the divorce rate it basically mirrors secular divorce.
But you telling us marry or don't fuck. You can't be like, yo, man, I'm telling y'all the truth about all this shit. But then you're telling us to still dive in the pool, in the cesspool. Who's this? Home rule news. Who's this? You rejected my You rejected my EBT card, though. You can't tell us all it. You're right. You tell us all the facts. You show us what the bitches are doing, but then the stats and this and that, and you tell it that. But I challenge you and I call you on the fact that you still want guys, or you recommend, or you imply that if you want this is the way to go about it. As if that's you sell marriage as the only path to the thing that you're saying men have to go that way to get. You're even selling sex as the only way to have sex. Marriage or celibacy. You can't have sex outside of a marriage. You're pushing. See, I ain't telling guys that I'm not giving advice. You're telling us that if we want to have sex, we have to get married. Again, this is informed by your religious beliefs. Just say it. Just say it, bro. Trust me, we will still rock with you, but you got to say that. Just understand, we're not doing it. There's rubies in that cesspool, apparently. Doc. That's a dope name, Cynical Optimist. You know, Yeah, I would have to say I'm kind of like, nah, I can't. I probably can't. I can't rock that name. At times, I'm a cynical optimist. At times. Dr. Thunder must have missed the concubines in the Bible. It's Old Testament. We don't go by that no more. We don't go by that no more. That's what they say in the Bible.
I've gone on record. I've said that multiple times. However, I'm not a modern Christian. I'm Orthodox, and when you look at the divorce rates in the Orthodox community, it is far lower. And when you look at so-called Orthodox, the sort of Orthodox version of the Abrahamic religions, the divorce rate is very low. But when you talk about the sort of feminist infiltrated versions of these religions, yeah, divorce rate goes crazy. Now, we could get into a
Doc, most of the guys here are not Orthodox Christian. Let's move on.
Definition thing, but I don't call everything that calls himself a church. And I don't call everybody that says that they're a Christian. There would be qualifiers, and there would be follow-up questions. It's kind of like this thing, and I played a clip yesterday. It was either yesterday or the day before, where Kendra G has now started asking people what their favorite Bible verse is.
We're gonna skip past this
clip. There would be qualifiers. I don't call everything that there would be saying favorite action.
Yeah, skip past
Religion. She pulled the ripcord.
So now Doc is recommending to lower your chance of divorce that you become Orthodox Christian. That's what this sounds like. Am I bugging? If you sell something and you put positives on it, if you mention it, imagine, because I don't think that most guys really care about what brand of Christianity. Coke, Pepsi. Nobody cares about this. Nobody cares what kind of Christian you are. You're saying get married or no pussy. And I think you lose everybody damn near with that right there. I don't care what kind of Christianity. I don't care if it's Christianity light, Christianity zero, diet Christianity. It doesn't matter. Pentecostal, Baptist. Nobody cares about the brand of Christianity. Here's Flip Cool. Yeah, Bible don't say bitches get half your shit in a divorce. This is a fire comment. This is a fire comment. Bible don't say that shit, but they do.
She's a Christian. She got divorced. That is a disingenuous argument. That's disingenuous. You'd have to show me that someone that actually was religious, actually was serious about their faith, is just as likely to file for divorce as someone that is secular.
No, what you would have to show me, right? What you would have to show me is the high likelihood that most people take their religion seriously, right? You're saying, okay, well, if I find somebody that takes their religion seriously, my divorce chances go down. Well, I would have to somehow, imagine. So, like, how do I measure that? How do I measure that? How do I measure? I mean, you could be cosplaying this. How do I measure how seriously or how devout of a Christian you are, in certain contexts? Because the same way Christians cherry pick everything else, they could cherry pick like Flip Cool said, it ain't nothing in the Bible that says, you know, we gonna get divorced and you're gonna take half my shit. That ain't in the Bible. It's a lot of things that, you know, people practice in their lives and in their marriages that ain't in the Bible. And there's a lot of stuff in the Bible that they ignore. You ain't gonna know what kind of woman you got until you there. Christian or non-Christian. You don't know what kind of woman you got until you there. That's like you don't know what kind of homie you got until the shit hit the fan. You turn around, that nigga gone. Oh shit. You know? Dipset, Rucker Park. That's all I got to say on that. You don't know what kind of woman you got until you in the shit. Said, what's so funny? DT listens to Brother Black Rant. I don't know what that means exactly. So Shaka says, with God or a Bible in divorce lawyer's office. It's all God in the church. Every man walking down the aisle thinks he's found the perfect woman.
Doesn't have any religious view that marriage is sacred, that marriage is supposed to be forever, that doesn't associate divorce with sin. You know, the church communities that if you get divorced, you can't have communion anymore. They won't remarry you. You know, you'd have to get in one of those environments and then try to make that same assessment. Because it's
you would have to find a woman that is heavily cultured into that, to where she would worry about exclusion from that, like where her whole family and everything like that is included in that, and that raises your chances. This is what we talk about with the women that are out of the culture. In this culture, it's rare to find that. You might have women that perform some of the functions of these religions and go to church and they sing the songs and all of that stuff and they read the Bible and they recite the verses and all of that stuff. But in a different context, in the marriage context, they it's different. Or they cherry pick it, or all that shit goes out the window for their feelings. And then they not really concerned about who like it, who don't, what they're going to get excommunicated from and those things, because their feelings are primary. Their feelings come before all that shit. Again, you don't know who you got until the shit go down. And then you're faced with these challenges that we speaking of. Now, Doc, you're Orthodox Christian. I would imagine your wife is too. But you yourself said your marriage is facing or has faced challenges. I don't necessarily care to ask or know what those challenges are. That is between you and your wife. But you're honest about it, and I appreciate that honesty. But despite Christian orthodoxy challenges, you said no marriage is perfect. I appreciate that. Challenges. Women will be women. I don't care what religion or any. It's really about the culture. Did she grow up in this or did she adopt it? That's important.
Too much stuff getting dumped into the same category.
Necessarily produce positive outcomes in your kids, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm not opposed to Dr. Thunder, the person, but I am opposed to some of his positions on marriage.
Which is fine. And again, this my man's. We disagree on this, but you know, let's keep going.
But you made it clear that your position is largely, for the most part, you may disagree with Dr. Thunder here and there, but the main issue for you is the societal piece, where we are as a society, and marriage is a societal institution.
And by the way, I think that largely,
he said it. You heard him. Marriage is a societal institution. It's not natural. It's not nature. It's not natural order. It's a social mechanism. It's just, it's something we created. Again, not everything that is invented socially is bad. Some of this shit we need because some human impulses, human nature, and things that we have to put control to. We can't have anarchy. So I'm not even suggesting anarchy. He hasn't even touched on the monogamy part of the discussion. He touched on it a little bit. But monogamy as a social construct is really no argument against that.
The reason that Keep It 100 disagrees with me is because of society. It's because of this sort of the new rules, as it were. So if there's nothing in society that's imposing certain restrictions on female behavior, then what it is that I'm saying is just basically sending men to their own slaughter and their own demise.
Showing the new rules. Understand? I wasn't around for the old rules. We talking about today. You can't live the past today. And that's what a lot of Christians do. They live like Bible times in 2020, whatever. You can't do that. It's not realistic. You can't live your parents' time. You can't live your grandparents' time. You're dealing with today's issues, today's women, today's laws, today's social environment and social norms. You're dealing with today. Just like the Hotep Egyptians, you niggas can't get out of Egypt. You're living today. You're not in Egypt. It's not Pharaoh and Ramses and Pharaoh Ramses. All that shit is done today. The Republicans of yesterday and all of that shit. The party of Lincoln. Fuck all that. Today. We live in today. Let's get out of the Bronze Age with this shit. Dealing with modern women. You can't be these old Bronze Age niggas and you got robes on with your toes sticking out, with your sandals on and shit, holding your stone tablets. No, that's not where we are.
I think that that's largely why he disagrees with me, because if we were in a different sort of situation where marriages stayed intact and like this, I don't think that he'd have the same take. Exactly. He may still have much of the same, but I don't think his take would be the same.
But not just society, but as Black people and in Black culture, our situation with marriage is actually worse than general society.
Well, numbers bear out, Marcus. You're not making that up. We look at the numbers. The Black marital rate now, United States, the general, everybody, including everyone, whites, Hispanics, and so on and so forth. It's roughly around 50% marital rate. But when we isolate it to Black Americans, that number drops to we're holding on by a thread to 30%.
Right.
So your argument is grounded in empirical fact. Now, we could debate why it is, how we got here, but you can't debate the numbers. The numbers are what they are. The Black marital rate right now in 2025 is at an all-time low.
That's a fact. This is true. I mean, you can't dispute this. This is what the numbers say. And I don't try to dispute this, by the way.
A fact. Okay.
But you recommend the positive child outcomes. Let's keep going.
So your argument, the societal piece, the Black cultural piece, can't be denied. You just can't get around it.
No, you can't.
You can't.
And again, so what's the percentage of these positive child outcomes if that's the divorce rate for Black people? Again, you got to address that part, Doc. I think a lot of what Mike Ferg's disdain is this. Dr. Thunder is aware of this. Right? Dr. Thunder is totally aware of this. Dr. Thunder does a show every day in the morning. Y'all should check him out.
Thanks for the shout out, man.
Shout out to Dr. Thunder. Check out the show weekdays, right? Dr. Thunder does a show. where we watch and we see the types of black women that are available. He'll even illustrate why it's terrible to be in a marriage with these women, but then recommend marriage.
But see, that is a oversimplification.
It's what you do, bro. Let's stop playing the games and stop playing the pussyfoot in. That's what you do, man. I'm standing on that one. You don't say it, you don't do it explicitly, but you definitely do it implicitly. You negatively reinforce men towards marriage, married or fucked up children and no pussy. You didn't get a notification? Bro, this shit been up since yesterday. Hall of Fame. I put this up yesterday, bro. Yo, Hall of Fame, I suggest that you add me on Facebook if you got a Facebook, bro. But I put this shit up yesterday. You gotta turn that bell on, or if you already have it on, unsub and resub, whatever you gotta do, bro. This shit been up since yesterday. I was gonna do this yesterday, but then I said, yo, let me wait a day so everybody gets the notification.
It's an oversimplification. And again, if someone was to listen to what he just said, that would be a false assessment of what it is that I'm actually saying.
No, it would not. I'll say this with you on the stream. No, it would not.
It's a false assessment of what I'm saying. Okay. Again, I don't say everybody should get married. I say that there are two paths, marriage and celibacy.
Niggas don't want celibacy, bro. Slavery or death. I ain't telling you to choose slavery. But slavery or death. I think I'm going to choose slavery. You chose. That was your choice. Oversimplified is marriage or celibacy. Slavery or death. Huh? Oh, I ain't telling y'all to get married, though. You know. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. The false dilemma. Yes. If you don't do this, this negative thing would happen. Even though that is not the only way to avoid that bad thing, that negative thing. This is the only path to these positive outcomes. No, it's not. Yes, it is. The stats say. Well, here's some stats that say that's not true. Telling grown men not to have sex is weird, possibly a sin. Bible says woman's natural use is for men to lay with her. Oh, you said it twice. Yeah. Come on, Doc. Come on, Doc. I'm just saying, man.
You don't have to get married.
Yeah, you don't have to get married, but your ass can't fuck. Or you know. How about saying this? You don't have to operate within the Christian perspective. That's for me, the Christian. How about that? But you can't say that, Doc, because then you will be telling dudes to disobey God, right? You can't say that.
Now, that's a good distinction. Now we're moving from, start out from the societal piece, went to the black cultural piece. Right. Now we're drilling down on the women that are supposed to be wives. Now, let's talk about that. The wife quality of black women overall, we're not saying every last single black woman, obviously. Okay, just for the record, we're on YouTube. We know how YouTube works. So let's just get the disclaimers out of the way. We are not saying every last single black woman in the United States. That's not what we're saying here. We're saying overall, generally, the wifely quality of black women has greatly diminished. You can't get past it. It has diminished. Now, are they good in other capacities? That's debatable. Are they good for a good time and not a long time? You could debate that. Are they good to be just good platonic friends? You could debate that. Are they good to be baby mamas? You could debate that. But when it comes to wifely qualities,
no, they're not good for being baby mamas neither. Oh man, no. Let's keep going.
The quality of black women generally has greatly diminished. You can't get past it. That was a major point that Kevin made.
Black women are low quality baby mamas. Even Doc would agree. He's basically made that argument damn near the whole stream. They're low quality baby mamas, low quality wives. And I'm talking about on average. Let me just make sure I say that. Hall of Fame says he sounds as confused as dudes I work with who believe that if you go red pill, you can't get pussy no more. Yeah, well, that was the MGTOW approach to some degree. Like they kind of pushed it real extra back in the day.
On his show 3 years ago. That was the argument. The argument was that the wifely quality of black women today in the 21st century has greatly diminished from where our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunties were. That the mating quality of black women back then was much higher than it is right now. You can't get past it.
So let me read this, right? And I want to respond to you, unless you got some more to add. Ghetto User says, absolutely agree. If you let women in, they will control the narrative. Most of the time, they bring chaos and will talk over the men. I think he's talking to what we were speaking about earlier, as far as letting them in groups, letting them in clubs. Like, there ain't too many exclusive black men's clubs. Like, what you've created is very rare. You understand what I'm saying? In terms of, so let me respond to what Shaka knew. No, I agree with you, Shaka. I'm saying would they went super left with it. Niggas wasn't with it. I remember that time period, Shock, where they made it about, oh, you fucking with the women. I'm talking about the extreme white boys. They pushed that shit to the left, like y'all niggas gonna become monks. Like you can't even be fucking with them. Kind of like some of the niggas in here when they seen pictures of me or video with me with bitches. It's like, ooh, you fucking with the women. Ooh, you fucking with Keisha. Nigga, I said don't marry and procreate with Keisha. I ain't say don't dick down Keisha, nigga. If Keisha want to give you some pussy, take the pussy. Oh, no, you ain't supposed to be fucking with her. Okay, that's a song for you. I'll dick down Keisha. You ain't going to see me chilling, kicking it like, oh, yeah, we together. Ooh, love and happiness. No. I've been like this. Anyway. Yeah. Nah, I'm shocked. Me and you on the same page, bro. Let's continue.
In our culture.
But just understand, incels means that you ain't getting pussy outside of your choice. Like, no, so these guys, they talking about, be celibate, choose celibacy. Right? Now, incel is something else, but again, we on the same page, bro.
America, what you've created, with the conclave is rare. It's rare. Yeah. So thank you, Ghetto User, for that super chat. This is what I'll say. And some of the videos that I'm going to play, let me get rid of this reel that I was playing earlier. Cortez Smith says he doesn't think that the quality of women has greatly diminished. He feels that they've been bad, never showed signs of being good overall, even 100 years ago. And I'm inclined to believe.
And this is, he is being more specific about a general point that I made before when I said that virtuous women are rare. This is an ancient.
We can skip past this because it's not the point.
There was what's in one of the first 5 books of the Bible that suggests that you should not marry strange women. Strange women being women that basically did not come up under the same, because
I don't want to discuss the Bible.
From most people get away with it. They'll do what they can get away with, and inflexible. Then most people get away with it. They'll do what they can get away with.
I said this before. Most people will do what they can get away with. And what we have is a situation where we got women that do things because they know they can get away with it. I discussed this early in the video when we was talking about Sha'Carri. Her, dilemma is she, and she's like, oh, but I'm the woman. And she's being handled like she's the guy. Like, but you don't want to listen to what the woman has to say. Why are you talking to me when he's the man in the situation? You should be approaching him, questioning him, handcuffing him. These women have grown accustomed to a social situation where their word is the preferred word, right? They're listened to, they're believed. They say, believe black women. Because like white people, who feel like they're losing a racial superiority grip on America, women are starting to feel like, you know what? Now we starting to critically listen to some of the shit y'all saying because some of y'all hoes be lying. And they don't want that. They want knee-jerk reaction, chivalry. In all situations. Don't even investigate, don't question, don't do nothing. Just react. Damsel in distress, nigga to the rescue. That's what they want. That's why a lot of women, when they got issues, they don't call the police. They call niggas. Because the police, sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, they'll be like, hey, so what's really going on here? What's going on? And your ass both might get arrested. Especially if you assaulted him, he assaulted you, y'all assaulted each other, you might get arrested too. But niggas is just, they're going to come and do what you need done. Whether it's your son or your cousin or your brothers or somebody like that, uncle, somebody, they coming to dispense justice on your behalf, unquestionably, undoubtedly, no investigation. That's why they go get niggas.
So as society has become more open and flexible, and allowing a lot of these bogus ideas to reign supreme, you have more debauchery. Of course, you can see it more visibly. And now with social media, you're really starting to see probably what stuff has been for quite a while.
Doc is only speaking on debauchery. I noticed that there's this focus on women's body counts. Like that is the biggest problem. Like it could be a problem for some men if you don't want to, a used box. That's cool. I ain't mad at it. Motherfuckers want to have exclusive rights to the box. I've said it before. I said it on another podcast. I said, on one of my last streams. Women don't mind sharing niggas. The polygamy thing is something that women will opt into if they get to share a quality nigga with some other bitches. I said this before. I said it the other day. Women don't have a problem sharing dick. It is men that have a problem sharing pussy. Monogamy is a male idea. It guarantees men a bitch. If you're saying to women, to men, or you say in society, well, you only limited to one woman per guy. And there are more, we got more women than men. We got, you could have a couple bitches and then, but monogamy is a male idea. It's not a female idea. That's why you see more polygamy or polygyny than polyandry. That's why you see more of that. That's why men are about, body counts. Women are not really about body counts. They only having that discussion because y'all are. They don't give a fuck about community dick. That's why you got niggas like Future and this and that. You got all these baby mamas. They'll be baby mama number 10, 11, 12, 13. They don't have an issue with it. Men typically don't want to be the 4th, 5th, or 6th baby father. Typically, they don't want to be that. You show up, you see a bunch of little niggas, you dip. Now, a nigga that really don't give a fuck, he'll fuck. But quality men don't want to be 5th, 6th, or 7th baby mother. They don't want to, nigga with nothing to lose, pants sagging and shit. He don't give a fuck. He just want the box. He out of there. Flip Cool says, now mind you, now the shit changes. He said niggas will share a whole nother wife. Right. Now, with the fake pussy shortage, niggas that ain't getting pussy, they just want to fuck. They'll take a chick that got a bunch of kids. They'll take a chick, you know what I'm saying? Like they'll compromise. They'll meet in the middle. Niggas settle way more than women. They settle way more than women. You starve niggas out with this fake pussy shortage. Nigga gonna fold his hand. And I ain't talking about the quality niggas. I'm talking about the average and below average niggas. Women only have a problem sharing men who they don't see as desirable enough. Facts. If I got to settle for this nigga, I'm not sharing them, and I want all his resources to myself.
So I don't disagree with that. To go on record with. So I don't disagree with that. Yep, this is 100%. This is 100%. Landon. Nice. Well, you talk about over there, First Church, the back. Yep.
What has happened is the environment is different. Women have more resources than they did before.
Yep.
And, you know, I mean, we could talk about the whole Monahan thing, you know, welfare, etc. I feel as though Black women were tied to Black men at a point in America where they really didn't have any other refuge. And when they got their freedom papers, and I think you remember, because it was on one of your posts on Facebook, you seen me go back and forth with a guy. So you know what I'm about to say because you read me say it. You read me say it on your post on Facebook. I told this guy, I said, we often blame welfare for, you know, the state of what Black women had become. But I think that it was dormant the whole time. I think that you give them.
And this is interesting because this is similar perspective to what BGS says. And now he will extend it back all the way into slavery. He'll say,
so will I. The Black community is a boy band. We were put together. These are not our women. We didn't come here with them. Every other culture either came here together on a boat, they migrated here together, or daddy came here, worked hard, saved some money, created a situation to bring all his family here. A lot of other, you know, races and ethnicities came here as intact families. We did not come here as an intact family. These are women from assorted tribes that were not aligned with us. And when they got here, they realized their men, or men that looked like them, not their men. Let me pull that back. The men that resembled them, the men that were from a similar place, they were not in charge. Women gravitate to the apex predator. It's just what it is. The dominant men in the environment, which at that period was the white man. It was massa. Too many females, too many places for a pussy shortage. Right. And right. Too many females. And a nigga scared to approach hoes can buy from a plethora of hoes. Listen, The world is bigger than America, but we have to be shamed to stay here. Doc says he's not opposed to passport bros. Cool. But, you know, said the dominant bear. Not opposed to passport bros, but he has a belief, you know, he's a Doc, you're a community guy. I fucks with you. You're my guy, but you're a community guy. Oru's a community guy. He hates when I say this. Nobody wants to saying somebody's a community guy in the Black Manosphere is a slur. Nobody wants to be called a community guy in the Black Manosphere. But if you talk that community shit, I'm going to label you a community guy. We ain't got to be enemies. We can be cool. But you're a community guy.
You know, this stuff was there present even during slavery, but you know, everybody's being sort of, you know, the external forces are forcing Black people to have to stay together. And then when you start to remove some of those forces keeping Black people together, then you start to see really what, you know, the nature of things is. So, but this is all I got. That's all I got for today.
We're done.
That's all I got for today. Thanks for being in the place to be.
We're going to stop that. I'm going to drop that down, and I'm going to wrap this up, man. I appreciate all of y'all for kidding. Don't go yet. Don't go yet. Let me stop the screen. We got closing statements here. So I can wrap this up. Right? What Manosphere said here. He said, this means that the teal gender war is against the real gender war is against niggas. Men are the ultimate problem and all this. Yeah. Doc, you can't save both. You can't save Black men and the community. You can't save Black men and the family. Or the Black family, I should say. You can't do it. You can't do it. Okay? You can't do it. One of them has to go. You can't give advice in the black pill or the red pill space from a religious perspective exclusively. So telling men marriage or celibacy is not going to work for the majority of the audience here. You got some guys on your page that are Christian. They have Christian beliefs. They live a Christian life. That's wonderful for them. This is not that space, bro. It's not that space. You can run your channel how you want. You don't have to listen to nothing I'm saying. This is my critique, right? Because what's happening is far too much. There's far too much deviation from the message that this space was created to deliver. It's far too much deviation. And people are taking the space and making it their own. They're taking red pill and making it their own. And this shit is becoming something else. Me and Obsidian were reading things on Reddit, Black men's opinions of the space. You can watch the video. I think you were there for some of it. But, you know, selling Christianity as red pill is a fail. It's not. Religion is not red pill. There's too much inside of religion. Just on its face is blue pill. Again, to call a guy in the space blue pill is a slur, and I understand this. All right. So you was right about Dennis the Menace. He on big grift time now. Can't trust a lawyer, nigga. Hey. Yo, you know, I'm gonna be one of them niggas gonna really feel me when I'm out of this motherfucker. Been saying the same shit about Dennis. Oh, you're hating. Okay, no doubt. I appreciate that comment, though. I don't attack men, I attack ideas. Unless the men attack me, then I attack men. I attack niggas if you attack me. But the point is this. Monogamy is a social construct. It was an idea created by either those in charge or men that wanted access to women and didn't want all these women just choosing the men that were genetically superior to them. Women are still doing that, even in the context of social monogamy. There's no sexual monogamy, serial or otherwise. Women are fucking the guy whose genes they want to replicate and then being taken care of in the social environment by the guy whose genes they don't. Notice that these women will have kids with the guy that they want kids from, and they will marry another guy and tell that guy, I don't want no more kids. I don't want to replicate your genetics. I have satisfied my biological imperative replicating the genetics of the desired male. I say this again, don't be the provider male, be the desired male. That's another one of those phrases. If you hear anybody else say it, it came from here. They replicate the genetics of the desired male. And once that biological imperative is satisfied, they now have to satisfy the social imperative. That's when they impose all these demands and impossible shit on the nigga they don't like. Because the nigga that they do like can't provide those things. The provision from him was the genetic material. But that man, a lot of times and often, is not able to function in society on a higher level. He doesn't have to. Because he's rewarded anyway, at least biologically, right? Sexual monogamy does not exist. We pretend it does. It doesn't. She's not yours. It's not your turn. It's only your turn. She's not yours. It's only your turn, right? Are some people monogamous? Absolutely. To make the argument that because some people are monogamous and there's monogamy in the Bible, is like, and that's natural. That monogamy is natural because some people are monogamous. It's like saying that Transformers are natural because some people identify as women and are born men. That's not a good argument. We created monogamy. It's something that we teach, it's something that we groom or condition people into. It's not your natural state. It's not good or bad. I keep repeating this. It's not good or bad. Doc, you can disagree with me. You will have to offer proof to the contrary outside of the scope of the Bible. Provide me scientific proof of monogamy being the natural state for human beings. Don't tell me about what was accepted by God or accepted in the Bible or in Bible times. Throw that context away. Tell me in a scientific, biological sense how monogamy is human nature. You can't do it. I am comfortable in that certainty that you can't do it. That's argument number one. Argument number two, there are too many things that point to negative outcomes, not only in children, but in the mental health and lifestyles of Black men in modern marriage to Black women in America. Notice I said all these things in tandem. Don't remove them to make your argument. Don't talk about the gold, the Bronze Age. Don't talk about Bible times. Don't talk about none of that. 2025, Black modern women in America, divorce rates being what they are, outcomes in children being affected by not just divorce, but a compromised relationship in a marriage, economic factors, and the quality of the actual parent. All of these things, all of these stars have to line up, bro. And sometimes, even with all of that, you can get a psycho child. The Menendez brothers, their parents were rich. The Menendez brothers, for those of you that ain't been around long and you don't know who the Menendez brothers is or who they are, I know y'all old niggas know. They killed their rich parents. Fuck that. We want the money. Fuck that. We want the money. Just give us the money. We just want the paper. You worry about the outcome of your kids. Your kids is worry about your outgo. You out of here, daddy. So, in conclusion, the argument about child outcomes is very bad with all the factors and all the stats that we have for what Black marriage is in America. The diminishing returns argument, and that's what I'm going to stand on. There is diminishing returns for child outcomes and everything else in Black marriage with all the factors factored in. Don't just say, get married and stay married and your kids will come out better. No, add all the other shit in. Or you're being intellectually dishonest and disingenuous. Yo, I appreciate hours. If you're watching the playback and you made it this far, I applaud you. I appreciate you. Click like on the video. This was me addressing Dr. Thunder. The argument is monogamy and marriage. Not the religious part. We did that, but we touched that. But, you know, he's religious, so we had to touch it. Religion is not the argument that I'm making. Just those two things. Peace out, gentlemen. Go get something to eat. I fucks with you. 100.